Yeah. Much prefer to do it myself.
And it saves that. They bring in Bob.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Really?
I would, then,
The May 15th meeting of the Scarborough Planning Board will please come to order. Would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's been brought to my attention, it was the chair's responsibility to get that flag out there. I do appreciate Mr. Hebert doing that. I also would like to welcome to the board a brand new appointee. Bennett Flanders has been appointed as the second alternate. This is his first meeting. Bennett is sitting right there and he's waving. I would also like to note that James Hebert has been promoted from an alternate to a full voting member. Welcome. And because of the absence of Rick Meinking and Noah Perlett, Ben will be a voting member at this meeting, something that I know he's been looking forward to. Doreen, would you please call the roll?
Rachel Hendrickson.
Here.
Roger Bailey.
Here.
Jennifer Ladd.
Here.
James Hebert.
Here.
And Bennett Flanders.
Here.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes for April 24th, 2023. We'll hear a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from James. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second from Jen Ladd. Are there any corrections? Seeing none, will you please call the roll, Doreen?
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd.
Yes.
James Hebert.
Yes.
And Bennett Flanders.
Yes.
Thank you. We now go, just for your information, on the agenda. Item 6.06, the Morrison Center has been tabled at the request of the applicant. And 6.07, MEVS solar requests, solar has also been tabled at its request. We usually take a break around 8:30. at an appropriate or a comfortable time. And I would also like to remind folks that we do not take brand new applications after 10 o'clock. We don't start with a new one. So if you are at the very end of our agenda tonight, we may be able to take you, we may not, it's not clear. So if it gets close to that time and you think you're not going to be called, then what you can do is you can simply let Doreen down there know that you're just simply going to go home and ask to be first thing basically at our next meeting. First item, the planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on amendments to the chapter 405 Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance. The proposal formalizes zoning change procedures and creates reference to the official Town of Scarborough zoning map. This is an item that is open for public comment, but first from the town. I'm letting Autumn do this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last fall, a mapping error was brought to our attention, and this was a GIS mapping error, one that we hadn't captured over the years. When that came up before town council, we decided to go back and do an audit, if you will. And so we took a look at all of the zoning changes over the last 20 years. And we also took a look at our processes and how the zoning map amendments are handled and processed through the town. So what you have before you are 3 different items. They're all related. This is the first, this is the zoning map administration. And so this puts into play the process for amending the zoning map and how we manage its officialness, if you will. So there is language for all zoning applications to come through the planning department now, and we will process them through the standard planning board and town council. And GIS will be the only maps that will be made and be shown, and so it'll be very consistent. And if there is a zoning change made, the town council will adopt an official new zoning map, and that has to be attested to by the town clerk. And so we officially have town council adopted a resolution where we have a new start, if you will, for our official zoning map and an official shoreland map. And those are in the planning department. They are on paper. They are available for purchase, and they are also in the town clerk's office. So this is the background information to do that cleanup, if you will. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak to this? There is a member. Please approach the podium over there. Give your name and address. Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak to this? Is there anyone online?
No.
All right, seeing no hands, I declare the public hearing over and turn this over to members of the planning board. Is there anyone in the planning board who would like to make a comment on this? Roger?
Yes, Autumn. So when this is completed, say it's approved, can any citizen just go on the town website under the GIS section? And that would basically inform them of their boundaries, say on their lots?
Yes, they've always been able to do that,
Yeah.
but that wasn't our official map. So our official map is a static PDF, if you will. So it's a snapshot in time, and that is on a link on the planning page, and then the town clerk, I believe, has a link as well. So that's the official static PDF, and then you can go into the GIS online maps and zoom in and turn on layers, and all of that still is the same. Yes.
Jen?
So that process that you just described will continue to be so we're not
Correct.
switching from,
No.
I guess I thought I heard you say that there were, or maybe I was implying, which is why I'm asking the question, that there will still be, so anytime an update is made to the zoning map, the PDF will also be updated?
Correct. There will be
Okay, and GIS
an
is
official,
obviously
GIS is,
updated all the time.
yes. yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have no comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. as we go along through all of these, what I've found is that the planning department has done and the ordinance committee really have worked hard to streamline and eliminate some of the duplications that are in there. So folks who end up reading these ordinances will really be able to find what they're looking for a lot easier. I have no further comment. This hearing is closed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
point of order. I did notice that Noah Parlett did join the chat here and asked if he would be recognized as a voting member tonight. He did join the chat. I just want to point out in case someone didn't see it.
Yes, I would join the meeting at 6:30. I would appreciate amending the record that I'm present until the break.
All right, in that case, Doreen, will you please amend the record and show Noah is present, which means that Ben is not a voting member until Noah leaves. Thank you. Next item. The planning board will conduct a public hearing on proposed amendments to chapter 405 Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance. The changes establish a procedure for requests to rezone properties under the TND overlay district for the town. Autumn?
Thank you. So as I mentioned, this is the second in the three-part for the zoning map corrections. When we did our audit, we found a particular piece of property that had actually been rezoned to TND, but it's still reflected as R4. And so in determining whether that was actually a miss or just something that we didn't need to take care of, we discovered that the ordinance actually doesn't require you to change the map. So we decided that we would change the ordinance so that if you do go through the process to be TND, the zoning map would reflect that. Otherwise, there would not be any way for us to track that in the future. And so that's what this one is about.
Thank you. This is available for public comment. Is there a member of the public that would like to make a comment? If there is, and they're in the room, they may approach the podium. If they are online on Zoom, please raise your hand and state name and address. Anyone in the room? No. Anyone online?
No.
Thank you. This part of the hearing is over. I turn this over to the board. Is there anybody on the board that would like to comment? Roger.
Yes.
Will homeowners or people who own property, will they be notified if all of a sudden their property is shifted from one?
Yes, sir. This was actually an instance of not quite a split zone, but a bit of a split zone on 3 property owners. The back of their property actually showed, we had one of those cases come through and they were notified.
Okay.
Yes, during the town council for the resolution, the actual mapping process, they weren't.
Thank you.
Seeing no more hands, and my comment from the last hearing stands as especially appreciation for cleaning up some of the issues that have just kind of crept in over the years. Appreciate that. Thank you. And this hearing is over. Next item, the planning board will conduct a public hearing on proposed amendments to chapter 405 Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance. The proposal amends section 20C Crossroads Plan Development District to increase the allowed size of small batch processing facilities. Yes, I'm sorry, I did skip one. 403. The planning board will conduct a public hearing on proposed amendments for chapter 405C Town of Scarborough shoreline zoning ordinance. The amendments clarify and codify the process required in updating the official shoreland zoning map and for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this one is the final one in the same vein. This is the map amendments that are proposed to update the shoreland zoning map. And so it too has an official PDF static map that is found in the planning department and in the town clerk's office. This language is the same as the first zoning map. so that they can be consistent.
Thank you. This item is also subject to public hearing. Is there anyone in the room that would care to comment? Please approach the podium. Do we have anyone online? We do not. Public hearing is over, and I turn this over to the board. Does anyone care to make a comment?
No, Madam Chair,
Certainly.
it's, seems pretty straightforward. They're noting that it's for small batch food production, craft brewers, jewelers, and not include the production
No,
or processing.
we haven't, we're not on that one yet because I kind of skipped through.
My bad, thank you. No comment.
No, my fault. You were just following along with the leader here. Unfortunately, I was leading you over a cliff. Okay, any other comments from the board? Thank you. This hearing is over. Next item on the agenda, 4.04, the planning board will conduct a public hearing on proposed amendments to chapter 405, Town of Scarborough zoning ordinance. The proposal amends section 20C, Crossroads Plan Development District, to increase the allowed size of small batch processing facilities from 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet for the town.
Thank you. On April 5th, Allagash Brewing came in for a pre-application with staff, and at that meeting, it was determined that they did not meet the requirements for small batch processing. They are proposing a 9,000 square foot building. Small batch processing, even in the CPD, has a limit of 5,000 square feet. And so through that conversation, staff consulted with zoning administrator. We talked amongst ourselves. We also spoke with our town council. And we determined that the most reasonable way to move forward with this was an amendment for the CPD and adjusting the size limitation for small batch processing. We have a couple of other uses that could perhaps be used in this instance. However, they did not meet those requirements. Restaurant, they don't have a full commercial kitchen. Drinking establishment is a use that's defined. However, it's not allowed in any of our zoning districts. And small batch processing really does specifically meet the intent of what they're proposing. So with that, we created a very simple ordinance, took it to ordinance committee, and it's been the first reading at council and public hearing with you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room, a member of the public, that would like to comment on this ordinance change? Do we have anyone online who would like to comment?
No.
Public hearing is closed to the board. Any comments? Seeing none, I have none as well. Public hearing is over. Next item on the agenda is 5.01 consent item. Crossroads Holdings LLC requests a preliminary subdivision review of a 34-acre, 6-lot subdivision at Scarborough Downs. This project is located at the intersection of Scarborough Downs Road and Market Street, Assessors Map R52, Lot 4 for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads Holdings is currently seeking preliminary subdivision approval for the town center district at Scarborough Downs. It would include 6 lots across 34 acres with a mix of commercial, retail, office, restaurant, and multifamily uses. Staff has no outstanding comments for the preliminary plan and seeks the board's input on stormwater facility proximity to Willowdale Brook. If the board is comfortable with the treatment and the proximity provided, then staff recommends approval of the preliminary subdivision. A draft motion has been provided to this effect for the board's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody want to say anything from the Downs? Don't have to. Nope. All right, thank you. In which case we'll turn this over to the board. Are there any issues remaining or questions that you have concerning this application? Remember, it is a preliminary subdivision application.
Madam Chair,
James? Mhm.
Madam Chair, I guess of my My request is that as this is further looked into, the connection to the Eastern Trail portion of it, just explain further in the view, what point in the process is this, and can we go in a little bit further on this as we go forward?
Certainly. For the town, I believe that, did you take a look at the Eastern Trail connection?
Yes, the applicant has provided a crossing detail and some signage, which staff is prepared to meet with the Downs on ahead of the final subdivision review
And that crossing is at Commerce?
at Commerce.
At Commerce Street. That take care of it? Very good.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Roger?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing here. This is the Downs Town Center subdivision preliminary application? Okay.
Yes.
And this is the one with, Bill Bray's extensive thing here, right? Is staff satisfied that everything that Bill Bray has mentioned in here is being handled, okay?
Please address that to Eric.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, yes, we are. There are a few out of that. There's quite a few items on that list, but out of all those, I think there's really 2 or 3 that pertain to some turning movements for larger vehicles, some left turn lane length, which we can deal with at the town center, at the final subdivision phase.
Okay. The only reason I raised it is, to me, this is really a critical component of this whole project. And it seems to me like there's not too much margin for error on any, in this intersection. This pertains to this intersection primarily. And so I just want to make sure everybody was on board. So,
Yes, and we have provided in the draft motion a condition of approval that any right-of-way changes would require a preliminary subdivision amendment. So
okay,
that's been provided for the board's consideration.
In other words, for the public at large, it would have to come back to us. There is one other issue that we need to be clear on, and I need some nodding of the heads from you folks. One of the comments indicated that Maine DEP and Army Corps can approve work up to 25 feet from a stream. However, the planning board has the jurisdiction and authority to increase this distance or set additional parameters around a conservation easement. If the planning board is comfortable with the proposed design, a consent approval would be acceptable at this time. And I'll go back to something that Eric said, that this is, in a sense, this is an issue that remains there and needs to be addressed at the actual final subdivision approval process. Yeah, I see Noah has his hand and Jen has
Let Noah-
has. All right, Noah?
That's, thank you. That's actually exactly what I wanted to ask about. There's the encroachment into the conservation easement concerns me. And I guess I'd like to understand more about why it should go beyond 100-foot buffer. Why there should be encroachment into the conservation easement and closer to the wetland aspects.
I'm going to ask Dan to handle that, please. Oh, excuse me, Drew.
Thank you, Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer. To answer the question regarding the Willowdale encroachment, it's strictly for hydrology reasons in order to get to a certain grade so we can outlet our stormwater pond. So the 2 outlets we're proposing that's being zoomed in on the screen here on the northern end and the southern end of the gravel wetland. One is just simply the outlet for the gravel wetland. So we need the gravel wetland to sit at a certain elevation. Therefore, the outlet for it needs to be further downstream and lower than it, which encroaches us into the conservation easement by Willowdale. And the second outlet is actually for a bypass system that's at the request of the DEP for chloride mitigation. And I've talked about that at length for a few different projects, but that's the second encroachment. If we could pull the outlets further away from the stream, I would certainly be doing it. This is as far as we can get to get to the elevation we need to. There's a steep slope that comes down and that slope does not exist outside of the conservation easement. So that's simply the only reason why we're asking and requesting 2 outlets within that area.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I guess that reasonably makes sense. You know, I'm not an engineer, so I can only listen. But I would like to recognize that this is sort of a take into the conservation easement area without any giving, meaning that you're recognizing a loss into the conservation area without sort of expanding in other areas to make up for that loss. And I'd really like to recommend you guys having a conversation about that.
Yeah, we can review with Crossroads and town staff about possibly looking at if we can replace that or not. We'll take a look at it.
And please understand that when you come to us for your final subdivision approval, we will be taking a look at it too.
Understood.
So please work with the town staff. We do have the jurisdiction, but I think we also need to be sensitive to the Willowdale Brook and to conservation and to questions of conservation. I understand in Essentia, between a rock and a hard place, you've got certain property with some slopes that can only be handled in certain ways, and it does create an issue. But we would appreciate some creative thinking. Thank you. Anybody else on the board with questions? Jen?
Was the figure showing connections to the Eastern Trail provided for the board or just for staff review?
It was in the packet.
I didn't see it I didn't see it. Was it in the submission packet from?
Oh, you know what? It
Coral
might have
Palmer?
actually been in the April 24th packet.
Oh, okay. it
Not
wasn't
in this submission, I'm
it
sorry.
wasn't Resubmitted, okay. There was a lot of references to figures that weren't also provided, but it sounded like they had been updated but not provided, so that was one question that I had. And then I know that on our actually a question about the potential right-of-way alignments. I'm curious why, I'm looking at figure C101, the layout plan for the submission, and the right-of-way layouts that are shown for the intersection to the west, so at lot 2 and lot 1. Yeah, in there somewhere. They don't line up with each other on either side of the road, and the 2 curb cuts that are shown proposed fall sort of like askew. And so I was just curious about why that was and whether or not there was an opportunity to better align them.
I believe the lot 1 entrance and the lot 2, so what we're calling the middle access road that goes north in the lot 2, I believe those 2 curb cuts do line up. That was a comment, previous different subdivision submissions, but we have lined those 2 up. The first access as you cross Willowdale and you're heading east is not located across from any other curb cut. So that one's isolated just on one side, but I believe the middle access road does line up with the lot 1 entrance.
To the north, it looks like it does. The one to the south looks skewed, and then it looks like the curb cut hits the right-of-way line, potential right-of-way line, like tees. So I don't know if that's intentional, if there's gonna be like a shared access. It just seems odd that the right-of-way access wouldn't line up with that.
I believe that's a drainage easement shown on that plan set that goes down through the proposed mixed use.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, I believe that's the one south of it is
Yeah,
drainage
that
easement. It's not a right of way or anything like that.
Okay. So maybe even actually clarifying that plan, maybe there is something and I'm just not seeing it. but I guess still in the vein of the same comment, if that's an easement for public use, it would be great if it lined up there with access, both vehicular and pedestrian, or however, whatever the intended access is to be used through that way. Even if it's for the purpose of drainage. It would be great for that to connect. And then in reading the response to comments, I appreciate a lot of the background information and work that was provided for that. I know we talked about you guys submitting a fair amount of information last time, much appreciated. I was curious if there was discussion of mid-block crossing treatments having additional signage and material differentiation. But I didn't read anything about the potential for them to be raised. I didn't know if that was still on the table or not, or to be addressed at a later time or not addressed.
We're certainly providing for a material change will be included in the packet for the final subdivision that's going to be forthcoming. We're still evaluating a raised crossing, but our preference would be just the advanced warning signs with material change.
Okay. And then lastly, I know there were some comments by Noah and similarly for myself about additional bike accommodations and connections through this area. And so that's kind of why I was asking about the Eastern Trail graphic. And I just think it's really important to, I continue to look at this particular submission and this area in the, it's sort of the heart of the development that's happening now on the Downs, but it's really, in my opinion, its ramifications and potential for connectivity, I should say, not ramifications, extend far beyond that. And so including better and stronger ties to the rest of our community is really what I'm thinking about. And so, things like there was information in your packet provided about, looking at similar case studies in New Hampshire and using that as a reference for capturing the number of trips that people are choosing to internal capture for multimodal trips. And they had really great rates. I thought that was actually a really helpful example. And I think that we can, as you had said, conservatively assume those for here as well. But things like, if we're looking at a brewery or something further out here, it looked like you were really just looking at walkable distances from, I think it was a quarter mile to a half mile, maybe 5 or 10 minute distance. And so, for those reasons that which I think is great, but I think we should still be thinking and planning for people. There are people who are going to be living to the south of here and wanting to visit or patronize businesses to the north of here that might exceed that distance. And I just continue to think it's for some people, it might be a long walk, but if walking's your thing, then it would be great to double up your exercise with an errand or something like that. But all of these locations are completely bikeable. And so I know, Noah had some comments on that, and I didn't see anything additional provided really to that end. So I was just wondering if you could comment on that. And the reason I'm bringing it up now is because my understanding of this process is that we are working to define the right-of-way lines here. And we also had some comments last time about, maybe it would be better if these other streets came in and connected in a different place, but those kind of things are defined by where we put the right-of-way lines. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all, that everyone on the board, is comfortable with the amount of space that we're allocating within the right-of-way here to be used for public use, and that if the answer is shared bike facilities, that's what we're okay with. And if it's not, and that we potentially need additional right-of-way or less right-of-way, I think it's worth talking about.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments? None,
I'd like to,
Simply-
my hand is
oh,
raised.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Noah.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on Jen's really thoughtful comments. I completely,
But please keep to this subdivision. I mean, I understand Jen's
Yeah,
comments in terms of neighbors further down, but this is a consent item, so please
I'm
focus on this subdivision if you would.
focused on this, not to worry.
Okay.
I want to echo Jen's comments, absolutely. And ask, have you worked with the Eastern Trail in creating this plan?
Dan will take that one. Just 1 second.
We have been in contact with Eastern Trail Alliance regarding the connection to our Route 1 entrance. We have not talked to the Eastern Trail Alliance about the town center. That hasn't been brought up in the past.
Okay. So I guess as far as the town center goes, I really encourage you all again to focus on really making this more than just a driving and walking community. And then second, if you're talking about linkages and we're voting on things about linkages that have relevance to Eastern Trail, to supply a very clear documentation of letter of support from them would really be helpful.
Right, thank you. Right now, what this linkage is, the discussion really is focused on the traffic and crossing measures that the Downs is undertaking to ensure that pedestrians and bicyclists can cross Route 1 to get to Eastern Trail. That's basically any additional connections are not the subject of this. We have a consent item again. We've talked about the Route 1 connection for more than just this application. It's come before us several times and the applicant has been clear on the work that it wants to do and is willing to do along Route 1 to ensure pedestrian safety. And the ability to cross the road, cross Route 1 for those people who want to go down the sidewalk, cross Route 1 and down, I guess it's Commerce Drive into the Eastern Trail. But I go back to this now is the subdivision, the consent item, and if there are no more questions, then I'm going to call for the vote. I am going to read the motion. I move to approve the preliminary subdivision application of the Downs Town Center Phase 1 proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC. The project is depicted in plan sets prepared by Goral Palmer dated 4/28/23. Findings: the proposal is for the first phase of the Town Center subdivision at Scarborough Downs. It includes 6 lots for a mix of commercial, office, restaurant, retail, and multifamily uses. Conditions: 1, any right-of-way change shall require a preliminary subdivision amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger. Doreen, please call the roll.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes?
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
and Noah Hurlet.
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next item, 6.01, None Such Development LLC is requesting site plan review for construction of a 49-space parking lot along Gorham Road. The project would be across the street from the existing None Such River Brewery located at 201 Gorham Road. The property is further identified as Assessors Map R38, Lot 1 for the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant is proposing to construct a 49-space parking lot across the street from the existing brewery on Gorham Road. Since the April 24th meeting, the applicants worked with staff to come up with a design for the culvert and rock sandwich at the entrance to the parking lot. Other notable plan changes include removal of the trail network that was previously shown, which the applicant has worked with staff to ensure will be built as soon as the site plan comes forward for future development on the site. A draft motion has been provided for the board's consideration to this effect. With that, turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the brewery.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lee Allen with Colby Company Engineering. Just wanted to bring up a few things, reiterate what Eric just said. We did work with Angela, and Haley Ward came up with a reasonable solution on the rock sandwich. That detail has been provided to Angela, and I believe we're all in agreement there. With respects to employee parking on the proposed wooden guardrail along the western side of the project, we will put employee only parking signs. And then just wanted to talk about the wheel stops. We feel that with the wooden guardrail, it's very robust, and it functions much the way as the wooden guardrail across the street at the existing brewery, that functions as a wheel stop. The slope over across the street, once you go past that, is much steeper. There's been no issues. I don't even believe anybody's hit that guardrail across the street. So we'd request that the wheel stops not be required, that the wooden guardrail would suffice. With that, I'm happy to turn it back to any questions.
Thank you. This item is subject to public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would like to comment? Please approach. Give your name and address, please.
Good evening, Randy Hogan. I live in Ocean View Harbor in Scarborough. And I'm also chair of the Conservation Commission, which I mentioned because the town council has goals for conservation and sustainability to conserve more land in Scarborough and better integrate conservation and sustainability principles into the planning processes. You all have the memo, and I suppose the applicant has reviewed the memo from the Conservation Commission, which outlines the 5 conservation principles for development. We understand that there's an intention to develop more than what is planned here tonight, and we requested to see the full plan so we can have an assessment around the impact and disturbance of the full area of land. And as we all well know, the wetland area on the parcels associated with a tributary to the Nonsuch River, and the parking lot's going to create polluted runoffs into those wetlands. So we understand that the Conservation Commission has no, our comments. We would like them to be taken into consideration. It's not a requirement, but we would like the applicant to at least consider it and comment from those. But as a resident, now as I speak as a resident, I want to praise Nonsuch River Brewing. It's a real asset to the town. It is host to a variety of events, from wedding celebrations to family reunions, community fundraising events. It's just a wonderful place to gather and be together. And it provides so many benefits to our community. It makes me think about also its fellow brewers in the region. And also I'm mindful of this organization called Sebago Clean Waters, which Allagash Brewing, Foundation, Rising Tide, Bissell Brothers, and others have been a part of, because while Sebago Lake is exceptionally clean, it's really important to protect that watershed. It's been identified as vulnerable. And so these breweries on their own and in interest in conservation have pledged to increase the pace of conservation in the Sebago Lake watershed. They're considered forward-looking businesses and recognize the importance of clean water for their products and their communities. It's not required that they do this. Nobody said to be a business operator they have to do this, but it's the right thing to do, and I want to give them praise. I would like the same thing of Nonsuch River Brewing. The Nonsuch River, it flows into the Scarborough Marsh. It's classified by the state as a high-value fishery and as a priority watershed. And its vernal pools in the lot that it's proposed to set this parking lot is has vernal pools for breeding habitats for many amphibians that are considered in decline. So we want the Nonsuch River Brewing Company to protect the river and its watershed and do the right thing.
3 minutes are up. I'll give you
Okay,
another
thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. We know it's not required. We want you to do the right thing.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Is there anyone online? All right, I would like to note that the planning board has received 2 letters from Averill Hill. I believe they have been answered or responded to by the town manager, a couple of the questions that were raised. They will be part of the record. And turn this over now to the board. Questions? I'm not going to pick on people tonight. Just going to ask for any questions or comments.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Allen, do we have, last time we'd spoken about this, I had mentioned a request for a time clock and lighting control for parking lots to make the parking lot lights to turn off, say after operating hours, like 50%, 70% down
Yep.
overnight. I didn't see that in here. Let's make sure that
Yeah, absolutely.
Gets
That
incorporated.
will, I've talked with the owners and they absolutely want to do that. It just
Great.
makes sense for everybody.
Yeah, just, and I'll be probably preaching on this for all the remainder of the applications while I'm here on the planning board is understandably, you want to have your lighting levels up high for security for vehicles at night. However, when the business is closed overnight and there theoretically are no vehicles in your parking lot, it makes sense to be able to dim your lights down to a reasonable level to reduce your lighting pollution in your neighborhood, with respect to your neighbors, with respect to animal breeding patterns, so on. That's more of a West Coast thing, but that does have impacts here as well. So please incorporate a time clock for dimming the lights down 1 hour after the business closes or the last employee leaves for the remainder of the evening. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other comments? Roger.
Yes, I will. I have no problem with the applicant's position on the wheel stops, because I think the fencing has worked well on the other side of the street, so I don't think there'll be an inconsistency there.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, I guess. One, in terms of the wheel stops. I guess for me, that's a belt and suspenders issue. The back of that parking lot goes right into the gravel wetland or the stormwater pond there. And I would like to see that actually doubled up. I assume you still have the wheel stops at the rest of the parking lot.
No, we looked at it and the grade doesn't really, it drops maybe a foot or so off the side, so we didn't feel that they were necessary.
Have the wheel stops been added to the rest of the parking lot?
No,
We did request the split rail fence in the back. That did not mean that we thought that wheel stops didn't need to be added anyplace else. In terms of the parking lot, we don't want snow pushed off the edge. We don't want runoff into the Nonsuch. And to the extent that the wheel stops stop a plow from doing that, my opinion is that we still need those. So we'll have to. Go ahead.
I guess I don't know how wheel stops are going to stop a plow from plowing snow. I mean, we've designated snow storage areas on the site. I guess the way wheel stops in New England, I mean, they end up stacked like cordwood after the plow's gone by a couple of times. They could just get ripped up out of the ground. I think and it's not a split rail fence. It's more of a low guardrail, just like what's across the street. It's very strong. It's very similar to how you construct a wooden guardrail or they did years ago along the highways. So I guess I'm just not understanding.
Well, I
what the
think
necessity-
you're in a sensitive area. You're in a very sensitive ecological area. And if you've got a snowplow that's pushing up the wheel stops such that they're stacked up all over the place, then you've got a problem with a snowplow driver, and you've got a problem pushing snow, possibly pushing snow into a sensitive area. I would think that as soon as the plow hits the wheel stops, somebody would say, oops.
Yeah, I just feel like we've identified the area to put snow. They're not going to push it. You know, the Nonsuch people are sensitive to all the conservation issues, and they are sensitive to where they should be putting snow and where they shouldn't.
I'm going to go back and say wheel stops are important at the edge of a parking lot when the parking lot abuts a sensitive ecological area. Now, if we don't have the wheel stops in the draft motion, I'm going to consider my vote or reconsider my vote.
Right, it's currently in your motion. I was just requesting that they not be there.
Good. Thank you. I've got another request. Let me see if I had something else. I just wanted to clarify that the planned trail between the apartment building and the parking lot that had been talked about before is no longer going to be built for this parking lot, to connect the parking lot to the buildings, the apartment buildings, but would be considered or will be in the plans if there is further development on the site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I have a few questions. That's okay.
Yep.
Thank you. First, I'd really just like to hear the applicant respond to the Conservation Commission's concern about not having a full plan, full development plan for the landscape to really be able to understand holistically what the broader change is going to look like and how we can plan together as a whole. We can start with that.
Sure. We did present a plan originally with this, and then it was told that this parking lot would need to stand on its own. So we quickly abandoned showing that as part of the process and focused just on the parking lot.
And sorry, this was told to you by the planning board, perhaps before I joined it in January?
The staff and planning board, correct?
No, we can only look at what's in front of us. So while the applicant was applying for a parking lot, a gravel parking lot, not a permanent gravel parking lot, with information that there would be additional construction. But all of the application materials have been oriented solely around the gravel parking area, which had to become permanent. So at this point, this is what we're looking at. But if you go back to the original, what date was that? Do you know? The first time it came to
Yeah,
us,
I think it was February.
there's a sketch of what's possible.
Correct.
We would expect that there are probably going to be a lot of changes to that as time goes on, but at this point, the only thing that we have and the only thing that the applicant is being required to actually do is what is connected to the permanent gravel parking area that is before us.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So my next question is about the culvert that's talked about, an 18-inch culvert. And the town has requested I'm sorry, I'm not gonna have basically a right of way to be able to blow out the culvert if it gets clogged. And again, I'm not an engineer, but I guess I'd like to just ask you if the town looks at this as that 18 inches has a really good probability of being clogged, why put in an 18-inch culvert? Why not put in a larger one that would have perhaps less likely chance of being clogged?
So it's a 15-inch culvert.
I'm sorry.
To be clear.
Yeah,
And-
my
yeah.
15 inches. Yep. Fair enough.
And it's just a fail-safe measure that if for some reason it does clog, something happens and it's not, and it would, if it is clogged, that there is potential, I don't think it's great, but there is potential that there could be damage or flooding to the road, in which case the town would need to act in an emergency measure. If that ever did happen, that's why the easement's there, so they can gain access and make sure that culvert is flowing to stop any more damage or any damage to the road.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I just jump in
Angela.
for a minute just to follow up with that? I think originally the applicant had shown a smaller culvert and the town of Scarborough's minimum standard is a 15-inch culvert. So they're meeting our minimum standard, and it wasn't what they were showing for their stormwater calcs showed that they didn't actually need a 15-inch. It just happens to be that's our minimum because of the issues that we're talking about with it near a wetland and the potential for clogging. That's exactly why Scarborough has that minimum. And then also with it sitting in the wetland area, there's potential for sediment to flow through and actually fill some of that bottom over time, which is pretty much what we would want for different habitat to kind of follow through that culvert between the two wetland points. So you kind of lose some of that capacity as well. That makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Noah, is that it? You all set?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there are no more questions, comments from the board, I think I've probably done enough commenting as we've gone along. I have a draft motion. I move to approve the project titled None Such River Brewing proposed by None Such Properties LLC as depicted in plan sets provided by Colby Company Engineering dated 5/1/23 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the project will include construction of a 49-space parking lot at 35 Mussey Road across the street from the existing brewery at 201 Gorham Road. Conditions: prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Prior to pre-construction meeting, the applicant shall revise the plan sets as discussed at the 5/15/23 planning board. This includes addition of wheel stops at the rear of the lot and lighting timers. B, provide a performance guarantee for the work on Gorham Road right-of-way in the amount of 150% as described in the staff memo dated 5/15/23. C, address the comments of the Barton and Lo Giudice memo dated 5/9/23. D, provide the final design for the parking lot entrance and rock sandwich. E, provide a drainage easement as described in the staff memo dated 5/15/23. F, execute and record a stormwater maintenance agreement in accordance with Chapter 419 of the town's ordinances. G, pay the stormwater maintenance agreement and reporting fee of $750. 3, the applicant is proposing to construct a temporary left turn lane on the westbound approach of Gorham Road for the proposed parking lot and relocating the existing left turn lane to the brewery. Both traffic improvements shall be considered temporary and as such placed with permanent improvements fully meeting Maine DOT highway design standards. Replacement of the temporary turn lanes will be required within 12 months to allow for construction of the final roadway improvements in the 2024 construction season. The temporary left turn lanes shall be restriped in spring of 2024 to ensure motorists are able to clearly see directional changes in roadway alliance. 4, at such a time additional development is proposed on site, a trail connection to the approved AR building development shall be constructed. 5, at such a time additional development is proposed on site, a sidewalk connection with existing or proposed sidewalk network is required. 6, prior to issuance of a certificate of completion, the applicant shall A, submit evidence in the form of a letter or plan prepared and stamped by a professional engineer who either prepared the post-construction stormwater management plan and its associated facilities, or supervised the plan and facilities construction and implementation. The letter or plan shall certify that the stormwater management facilities have been installed in accordance with the approved post-construction stormwater management plan and that they shall function as intended by said plan. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Seconded by James. Doreen, please call the roll.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
James Hebert,
Yes.
and Noah Perlit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 6.02, Risbara Brothers Construction is requesting a subdivision amendment review of Peaceful Acres subdivision. The project will amend the 9-lot subdivision plan to include a small land conveyance as well as grading and drainage changes. The property is further identified as 263 Broad Turn Road, assesses map R8, lot 13. For the town, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you mentioned, Risbara Brothers Construction is looking for a subdivision amendment approval for Peaceful Acres subdivision. The project was originally approved by the planning board in 2019 and currently is in front of the board with proposed changes to grading and drainage, as well as a small land conveyance to an abutter. Staff's primary comments are on the topography that's presented on the site, as well as ensuring that the covenants from the HOA agreement, specifically calling out what the open space can be used for, its maintenance, et cetera, be added to the subdivision plan. And with that, I would turn it over to you, Madam.
Thank you. And for the applicant.
Thank you, Dan Bacon here on behalf of Risbara Brothers. I'm doing a non-Crossroads presentation, so bear with me. And I'm joined by Jason Haskell from DM Roma, the engineers who worked on the original subdivision and also these kind of minor amendments. As probably some board members remember who were on the board at the time, this was a few years ago, Roger Hale actually was the applicant and got this 9-lot subdivision approved off of Broad Turn Road. It's a former gravel pit. And to grade the subdivision to create house lots and also to grade kind of the edge of the project and match into kind of higher grades to the east within the open space. The subdivision incorporated kind of that grading plan to convert a gravel pit again to a single family subdivision. After Risbara Brothers acquired the project, they discovered kind of two things. One is that there wasn't positive foundation drains for the homes. And so this amendment is to do that first thing, in that the grading has been changed slightly along the northerly, I guess it's planned north, the westerly edge of the subdivision, and the stormwater BMP has been slightly revised to accommodate foundation drains rather than using sump pumps and not having that amenity or that ability in the home. And the second component is there was discovered an encroachment on the setback, actually by the property owner to the east, which is on the plan south up on your screen. And so we've worked with that property owner, who's been a great neighbor, to actually adjust the lot line so that their shed and a gravel pad now meet their setback to our property line. In terms of, I think maybe the primary staff comment was asking about not changing the open space or impacting open space. And just to kind of clarify, with the approved plans that are in place now, there is grading that occurs in the open space that basically smooths out the surroundings of the house lots So that's been done per the approved plans that are in place now. And there's been no kind of change in how the site's been graded. So there isn't any impact to the open space other than that grading approach that was approved. In terms of the use of the open space, I mean, the proposal's been to continue to have the open space allowances be the same as the past approval. So, so with that, we feel like it's pretty simple amendment. And we're happy to answer questions. If there's more technical ones, Jason's certainly here to aid with those as well. Thanks.
Thank you. This is an item that is available for public comment. Is there any member of the public in the room that would care to comment? If you do comment, please keep your comments to 5 to 3 minutes. And when you approach the podium, give your name and address. Is there anyone online? Public hearing is closed and turn this over to the board. I'm going to ask Roger to go first because you were one of the people who looked at this to begin with, so you have some memory.
I do.
Go ahead.
Actually, I think this is a good move for the future homeowners because obviously there's been some issues that have been discovered by the Risvera brothers that's going to actually make the drainage and everything better than what was originally approved. So I have no issues with anything else. I'm satisfied. And I'm kind of looking forward to see what goes into the gravel pit.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have one quick
James.
question,
Mhm.
just for clarification, Dan. Can you explain as briefly as you can, just the reverse gravity drainage that was there and why it needs to be rectified for this?
Jason can touch on that. for
Thank you. More of an engineering question. Thank you.
Yeah, Jason Haskell with DM Roma Engineers. Originally, we were looking at these houses, the future houses to have slabs rather than the full basements. If you look at the original design, there wouldn't have been too much of an issue for drainage, but to put in a full basement out here, it's always good practice. And Risbara Brothers Construction is, they're always trying to keep up with the best management practices. And that's kind of the direction they want to go in, is just to make it a little bit more pitch than what was available before. It's obviously the bottom of a gravel pit, so it's relatively flat as it is right now. So.
Gotcha. And that was done to support having foundations and basements for all of these homes rather than just have them be slab on grade.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I have two questions. please.
Okay, go ahead, Noah.
Sorry, was somebody about to speak? I apologize.
No. Nope, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us about the material that you'll be grading with, where it's coming from and what is it?
So this site is largely an off haul. So there's actually materials being taken out, Noah, to grade the house lots in the manner that is already approved, and also to shape the open space or the edge of the house lots where it kind of matches into the old gravel pit. So that's the material is actually largely being removed to execute this subdivision, which is different than a typical subdivision. But that's the case in this scenario.
Okay, and then the open space, what is going to be the future of that? Is it going to remain in the homeowners association? Is it going to be conveyed to the land trust or the town?
It's in the, I believe it's the homeowners association as it's already approved through the planning board.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
I've got I guess a couple of questions because I remember the site as well, and it was a very difficult one. It butts Carter Brook. There any encroachment or changes in the approach to Carter Brook?
No change. There's the only two changes are just the grading for the foundation drains, minor changes to the stormwater BMP. not any changes to the outlet at Carter Brook and the land conveyance to the neighbor, which isn't anywhere near Carter Brook. It's close to Broad Turn Road along the single-family house lot that you see at the bottom of the screen.
As I recall from the original, the walls of the gravel pit surrounding the subdivision were very steep. What's been done with those? Have they been stabilized?
They're in the process of being stabilized, so the site's still, in terms of, it's still removing material to do the final grading. There's, E&S in place, but it's not in its final condition because we're still, I think, maybe 30% left in terms of removing material to do the grading of the subdivision site. But we'll be meeting the slope requirements on the subdivision plan that's already approved, the same with this amendment.
Right. Has any of the material been removed from the gravel area, from the site, prior to starting the grading for the housing? In other words, over the past year or so, has anything else been removed?
Materials being removed in order to prepare the subdivision, if that's the question.
Well, my question is how much material is being removed? Where is it going? How long has it been being removed? In other words, how long has this preparation been going on?
I believe about 1.5 years or so. I think that's.
And we're seeing this now.
It's taken, I mean, the only reason we haven't applied up to this date is we needed to go to DEP to get DEP approval for the changes to the BMP. So that's been what Jason's been working on the past 8 or 10 months. We wanted that in place before we approached the board with the change to the drainage.
Right, I think my concern is it's a conservation subdivision and it's important to ensure that any changes and actually putting in foundations instead of slabs is a pretty significant change in the approval of the subdivision, that it remains, it really follows all the guidelines of a conservation subdivision in terms of protection, and especially the protection of the wetlands. And I'm concerned that 3 years, 4 years after we approved this site, the walls are still not, the walls of the gravel pit are still not stabilized. And I understand that you've only owned it for a short period of time, what, 3 years?
I believe it's
2022?
so 1.5 years. time
Year and a half.
period Or so.
Yeah, but I've got to wonder what has occurred since we approved it. When we approved it, we had reservations about those walls and the pitch of them, and noting the trees falling down into the gravel pit area and into the open area. And now a few years later, housing construction is starting. And I think where our role really is to ensure that that the conservation elements remain, and that what you're asking really is a relatively small change, an amendment in the subdivision, rather than a more dramatic approach to a conservation subdivision. In other words, should we be looking at more of a review of the whole site plan rather than simply an amended subdivision plan? And that's something that I'm wrestling with, because I know what the site looks like. And I know I was comfortable when we first approved it on the slab. I agree that it's certainly to the benefit of homeowners to have a full basement. But what's the ground on which those basements are being built? I don't know. I mean, how deep does the gravel go? Are you at the bottom of the gravel or what?
That's a good question.
So when we were originally looking at the stormwater detention in this area. We did do several test pits. And the wet pond was showing it from existing grade, we went down about 8 feet and it was still gravel. So these foundations should be higher than that. If they should be at or higher than what we dug down to. So those, it should still be gravel down there wherever they are digging for these foundations. And also everything with this site is all, just like every other gravel pit, is internally drained. So there shouldn't be anything, you know, conservation wise that's going to be leaving the site that would cause any detrimental to the conservation of the wetlands, the streams, anything along those lines. We've kind of gone through at the beginning, talked with Angela and Jamel at the time, and we had the conversation that this is going to take a while to get to these grades that we were showing on the plan. Originally, we were showing 2.5 to 1 side slopes. There was a lot of concerns with the board at the time of showing those. Those are typical reclamation slopes off of a gravel pit. There was a lot of concerns of potential erosion and trying to be able to stabilize those slopes. What we did was flatten them to 4 to 1 and to 6 to 1 in certain areas so that there could be a flatter, easier stabilization once the subdivision was complete. At the time, we did actually get it originally approved in technically 2 phases, mostly for the use of the performance guarantee at the time. It was basically getting the subdivision to the grades shown on the plan, and then we would look back at and then come up with the other performance guarantee for the roads, the utilities, everything that goes along with that. So there was an understanding at the time that this was going to take a while to get to the grades they were showing on this plan. But again, with having several years in between the approval and the site not being touched, period, and then Risbera Brothers coming in and buying the subdivision, it kind of it slowed the process down for sure. But I think they're going in the right direction, and I hope that explanation kind of helped out with some of the reasoning in this. And also the limit has not changed of where we're showing work.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, Angela.
if it can be any benefit to, I was gonna say similarly, the board did approve a preliminary grading plan as part of the subdivision, which you're not seeing here. What you're seeing is kind of the existing kind of conditions at the time. As he explained, the 4 to 1 slope is actually in the conservation easement. That was an approval the planning board did to give it more, as he mentioned, a gentle slope through the conservation area, in order to make those stable slopes. And so, as we mentioned, phase 1 had begun, and they're pulling out some material and moving it around in order to get back to this rough grading site. Then phase 2 is really the subdivision. So it sounds, and this is where I think in staff comments, we were requesting, where are you at with that preliminary rough grading plan? And I think that's really the crux of the, of the question is, are you guys finished with the rough grading? Are you not? Because now you're going into the actual subdivision plan, which doesn't sound like you've started that piece yet. You're still in the rough grading, and where are you at in that process was really the question I think staff was trying to grapple with.
Well, it's my understanding that about 60 to 70% of the material has been removed. So we're more than 2/3 through the process. The intention too is to start subdivision construction, later this summer, early fall. So we're towards the tail end of that phase 1, if you want to call it that, Angela, into moving to subdivision. That's why we're also before the board. It took us some time to get the DEP approval to be in place for this amendment, and then can pivot right into the subdivision.
And I guess just one other thing I'd like to because this is a public meeting, we have gotten questions in the past, which I know Risbera is well aware of, about what's getting hauled in and out of there. And so I guess just for clarity of record, there is material being hauled in there, some clays and stuff to actually shape some of that slope in order to put other materials on top of. So I just want to clarify, I think you might have misspoke that it's only an export site because there are trucks coming in and out and that is justifiable towards that rough grading of the site. So I didn't want to just prohibit
Right.
that activity.
Yeah, I apologize for that. Yeah, I mean, materials leaving the site because it's not necessarily suitable for creating that shape that you're describing.
Madam Chair, we do have a member of the team that would like to speak on Zoom.
Sure.
Rocky, can you hear us?
Sure, I can hear you. Sorry for not being there tonight. Rocky Risbera, 287 Black Point Road with Risbera Brothers Construction Company. Just to clarify, we are, in compliance right now with the original plans, doing the sloping and grading per those original plans and really no changes to that aspect. It's this request is simply a change to the drainage so that we can do some houses with full basements and not have to worry about having to put a sump pump in. I don't think we were ever restricted originally in the approvals to have to build a house on slab. We simply would have had to put some sump pumps in, which is a practice we don't like to do. So that's what really prompted the change, and then also the chance to fix that property line and help that neighbor out. That constituted a trip back to the planning board to alter that property line. So hopefully we've answered your questions, and I'm happy to try to answer more questions if there are. So thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. Does the board have any additional questions? Go ahead.
I just want to make the comment that we really had quite an extensive debate and discussion on this project, and we did a site walk and it certainly was a challenging site. And so I tend to agree with what Rocky just said right now. When Risbera took it over, as I stated originally, they wanted to change the construction from slabs to cellars, and when in doing that, they had to make a change regarding the drainage. And then the other thing was the boundary with the existing butter. So basically we approved the original plan. They could have gone ahead with the original plan and not done anything different. But to me, they're actually improving this neighborhood. So my preference is to leave it the way it is, what they're proposing to do, and just go ahead with that.
Thank you. I do, basically what they are doing now is what should have started a while ago with the original owner. So it's appreciated that they are improving the site in the way that we asked the original developer to do. And I know that over the past few years, there have been a lot of hiccups with construction, given supply issues and COVID. So it's good to see that this is finally moving. Every time I drive past it, I take a look and say, still sitting there. But I do have a draft motion. The Peaceful Acres, I move to approve the project titled Peaceful Acres proposed by Risbera Brothers Construction. The project is depicted in plan sets prepared by DM Roma Engineers dated 4/24/23. Findings, the proposal amends the Peaceful Acres subdivision to include a small land conveyance and grading and drainage changes. Conditions, prior to the release of the subdivision plan, the applicant shall A, address the comments in the staff memo dated 5/15/23. B, pay inspection fees totaling $569.70. C, pay traffic impact fees totaling $3,935.20. This shall be reviewed by the planning department. 2, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer and their site contractor and is to be coordinated through the planning department. All plan modifications are to be completed prior to scheduling the pre-construction meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger Beely. Doreen, please call the roll.
Can I ask a quick question first?
Actually,
It's-
I will agree.
Okay, just a question regarding the impact fees. When this was originally approved back in 2019, I believe they paid impact fees at that point, didn't they?
I don't know. I would have to turn that over to Eric.
So impact fees are paid with the issuance of a building permit, and since there aren't any active building permits for this lot, those haven't been paid yet.
Okay,
So this is essentially just carrying over the conditions from the previous 2019 approval.
okay, fine, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Doreen, please call the roll.
Rachel Henriksen.
Yes.
Roger Bailey.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd.
Yes.
James Hebert
No.
and Noah Perlet.
Abstain.
Passes with a vote of 3 to 1 to
Thank you.
1. Next item, 603. Preservation of Affordable Housing LLC request a site plan review of a 4-story housing facility for physically disabled persons. The project is located at the intersection of Scarborough Downs Road and the future Market Street. Assessors map R52, lot 4. For the town.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Preservation for Affordable Housing is in front of the planning board with a site plan for a 51-unit multifamily building located at Scarborough Downs Road. The project would be located on lot 6 of the proposed town center subdivision. Staff's primary comments revolve around the parking, as the project is about 36 spaces short of what's required under the town's ordinance. There is a provision in the Crossroads Plan Development District zoning district that allows the planning board to permit fewer parking spaces than are required by section 11 of the zoning ordinance for off-street parking, if the board is comfortable. Other items to note are that potential public spaces and seating and pending ability to serve letters from the water and sewer districts. And with that, I would turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Autumn, could we screen share? It should be Aceto Landscape Architects or Nick Aceto. Let's see. Here we go. Sorry. All right, can I hand it to Corey?
Good evening, everyone. Glad to be back in front of you again. We were here a couple of months ago for what we thought was a very constructive sketch plan review discussion. We got a lot of good feedback. We heard the board and the town staff loud and clear on items like parking and landscape and circulation. I think you'll hear shortly. We'll certainly discuss it shortly, and hopefully you've reviewed the materials we submitted and agree that our revisions are highly responsive to that feedback. That said, we look forward to continuing the discussion. I'm joined again by, I should have said, I'm with Preservation of Affordable Housing. I'm not used to having to mention my affiliation when I'm in this year. Preservation of Affordable Housing, Paul, we're a nonprofit Boston-based developer and owner of affordable housing. I'm joined again by Paul Lynette, who's founder and president of 3i Housing of Maine. 3i is our co-developer. Also, Nick Aceto from Aceto Landscape Architects, Drew Gagnon from Goral Palmer Engineering, Gary Kane from the architectural team, and POA's senior project manager, Vita Shklovsky, who I believe is on Zoom. With that, I will hand it back to Nick and we can jump into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey and the board.
really pleased to be here tonight to have the opportunity to present our project and our site design. I'm Nick Aceto with Aceto Landscape Architects, has been mentioned, project landscape architect. And our role on the project has really been to kind of be the intermediary consultant between the architectural design and the site engineering, and ensure that we're meeting the objectives and reflecting the mission of our client, 3i Home. Corey mentioned the team here, working with Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer, Gary Kane with the TAT, and then 3i Home and POA. So just to begin with a little bit of site context. So 3i Home, our site is really forming one of what will be the four corners of the town center. This is a really rough contextual map showing our site there highlighted in magenta. The town center common there highlighted in green. You can see a multifamily site off to our plan north, and then to our west, another mixed use site. So really you'll see in this next slide, the intent of the site layout is to support that street wall effect along Downs Road that you can see at the top of the screen there, and creating a viable, vibrant town center. We really wanted to, or we need to create this kind of the street wall effect where the public street feels like it's a room. I know Jen had talked earlier in a previous application about the right of way being kind of this public space, and we want to support that by placing the building on the site in a way that it really creates a space within the street. So this is a double loaded corridor building. It's a 4-story building, meaning that units front or face both plan north and south here. So while we want to support this idea of creating a street wall effect on Downs Road and creating that space, we also don't want to forget about the interior of the site. And we want to create an equally attractive and pedestrian-oriented site, recognizing that half of those units face inward. So here you can see the building mass again stretched out along Downs Road, north to south, or plan east and west here. The doorways or the access points are highlighted here with the magenta triangles, and really just thinking about how the building meets the site and where we place parking and organize the site. So the big idea here is, again, to reflect 3i Home's mission, which is integrated and innovative, as well as independent. So really focusing on the last two, integrated and innovative, we wanted to reflect that mission in the site design by creating an innovative and integrated site design. So where I really want to focus here is the color overlays. So the core of our concept is really this magenta overlay where you can see the yellow dots placed on the screen. We wanted to create a seamless connection to create this sense of universal, or actually practical configuration for universal access between the site, the parking lot, and the building. So that means removing all barriers where we can, and where you would typically find like a vertical curb condition there and head-in parking spaces. We wanted to create extra buffer space with planting between those ground floor units in particular, and also defining where that curb line would typically be. We're going to use bollards. We're going to create a nice cadence of bollards, street lights, and tree planting, which also has the effect of kind of creating a visual friction. I know there was some concern in the last at the last presentation of cut through traffic and speeding through the site. And we thought it was really important from the beginning of this project, really thinking about that and creating kind of a neck down or kind of some visual friction as you travel through that parking lot. And really the idea here is to push the definitions of a parking lot and creating really a pedestrian oriented space first, and then secondarily meeting the parking demand that we feel quite confident about, or exceeding it even slightly. So again, creating a nice cadence along that curb line edge. And then the magenta arrows you can see at the south of the building there. We are thinking those are concrete pavers, flush at grade, to again create that kind of visual friction and this sense of pedestrian scale. The trees would actually be placed in the concrete paver
islands. With the idea being that those can also double as van drop-off spaces. So those are access aisles essentially. And creating that, again, a seamless, unimpeded connection between the site and the parking lot, and really creating that, where that magenta overlay is kind of a social space or place where you can meet your neighbors, encouraging that kind of that socialization to happen within that zone. Not just a parking lot edge or a walkway and a little planted buffer, but actually create some public space. And then the orange overlays are more what I would call amenity spaces. So to the south or the right side of the image, you can see there's some raised gardens, some benches incorporated. We've pushed all of our utilities out and away. We've been very considerate about that street edge and making sure that that transformer is pushed as far back as reasonably we think we can push it, and then the generator pushed far back to the back of the site. Really, the idea here is to make the site feel as least institutional as possible, and kind of remove this idea that, you know, this feels like some sort of institutional facility, and really make it beautiful and pedestrian oriented. The upper left space, as you can see, we kind of took a bite out of the building mass, and the idea is to carve out some space in the building, and we've worked with Gary very closely in carving out that space, and that would be just a gathering space with, again, continuing that same material palette of concrete pavers out to the street edge, removing any barriers or curbing, and creating a very adaptable space. So for the parking plan, how this plan actually kind of tallies, we have 51 total parking spaces. The idea here is to meet the code minimum requirement for ADA spaces, but make the rest of the parking lot, again, kind of leveling the playing field, making the whole parking lot ADA ready and accessible by design. And we think that really gets at 3i's mission of creating an integrated place for people. We don't want a lot of ADA or handicap signage. We don't necessarily want the standard hatching throughout the site and designation all throughout, where, you know, it can have that kind of facility or institutional feel. Really, the idea is the parking lot is accessible by design. So 51 total parking spaces. We have 2 standard designated and signed standard ADA spaces and 1 van accessible spaces. I will note on the parking summary on the right-hand side provided, we have well above that with approximately 35 ADA and van accessible spaces. And again, incorporating access aisles throughout. Getting at the idea of, you know, understanding how the building and the site is occupied. There is opportunity to evaluate the site in the future and possibly restripe some of those parking bays to gain a few spaces here and there, but we feel pretty confident that the 51 spaces meets the project's demand. So the next few slides are just 3D views, so you can get a look and feel, kind of a taste for the site that we have designed, and this reflects pretty well the plans that we have before you. Again, this is a view coming into the site from the south, with Downs Road off to your right, a big, broad, gracious planted buffer off to your left, where there would be some surface parking beyond for another end user. And then the gravel wetland would be off to your left as well. But you can see this kind of nice cadence of bollards, trees, light poles. Really, we're trying to create almost an urban street edge there. This is just highlighting some of the coordination between the materials that we've been thinking very carefully about with the architectural and civil team, coordinating this Core 10 material palette into the site. And then this massing of grasses, concrete pavers, and all very complementary and coordinated materials. This is a view looking at the building's main entry. This view is a little bit outdated in that these planted islands would go away, and they have in the latest site plan. This would become a drop-off space, so both deliveries and we expect a lot more vans here and shared transportation, more so than individual vehicle ownership. So that, again, that gets at the parking count, and just trying to accommodate that shared transportation and residents. This is a view, again, looking at that kind of Wooner street edge condition, a gracious buffer again between those ground floor units and community spaces and the edge of parking, and creating that seamless flush condition where normally you would just see a curb and a small sidewalk and a very small planted buffer. This is very intentional. The idea is we're eliminating barriers. We're making it very seamless for someone to kind of flow between the site and the building. Again, kind of an aerial view. You can start to see that cadence again. And then this is a view from the other side, Downs Road, looking at that portion of the massing or the building that we kind of took a bite out of. And this would be facing toward the common, which would be behind us in this view. You can see we've carried that same material palette into the site, all flush condition, and really a very simple design. We have bollards to kind of delineate the private and public space, and movable tables and chairs we thought would be great for people, recognizing, this is a home mainly for people with mobility issues, and we thought having movable tables and chairs would allow for their family members or guests to kind of sit and use the same table that they might, leaving a very adaptable site. I think with that, I'm going to pass it off to Gary to talk a little bit more about the architecture.
Good evening, everyone. Gary Can, project architect with the architectural team. Happy to be back here. We were here 2 months ago. I just moved the plan. When we were here for a sketch plan review, we had not presented any floor plans. The design has progressed in the last, since the last submission. We've now, the packet includes both the ground floor, typical floor plan. Everything above the ground floor is typical. We've got all residential units up above. Nick has really set the stage here well in terms of how we've tried to integrate the building to the site. This is a fairly straightforward residential building. It's unique in that it is 100% accessible units. It's really quite unique. In 30 years, I haven't done a building other than outside of nursing homes or institutional type buildings, but for a residential and then affordable, it's a real, it's real interesting for us to be working on this project. Very happy to be on it. What does that mean? It's 100% accessible. From a unit design, the packet we include, the typical units, we've got one, 2, 3 bedroom units. There's 51 total. Typical units, they're ranging probably about 100 square foot larger than our normal apartments. And that really is just, the mission here is to really, is about catering to accessibility. So the units tend to be a little bit larger. The corridor, the main corridor, Nick mentioned it's a double loaded corridor. We have a 6'6" wide corridor. Typical hospitals, nursing homes, they range about 8 feet in width. It's trying to find that sweet spot between institutional look and residential, but not, typical, a lot of typical residentials, you'll have 5 feet, but that's just not enough. So we found like this sweet spot. I've done a lot of assisted care, dementia care buildings, and that's a dimension that we've really come to. So what that does, it adds a little bit of extra square footage to the building. This building's a little unique. It's interesting. It's just a simple straight bar. Plan left, or the north side of the building, really is just our administrative support space, community space for the residents. We've got 2 main entrances, like 2 primary entrances. This is a northern climate, 100% accessible. A lot of numbers of folks with mobility challenges. You really want a covered entrance. Covered entrance doesn't make sense out on Downs Road on the main street. So we wanted to have that off of the parking area. And Nick has really done a great job working with Drew and us to sort of really make that parking lot something more than just a parking lot. So we have this, this covered entrance at the south. But the other element about this is about connectivity. This is about accessibility. You don't want to turn, the building doesn't want to turn its back on the main road. And this is an important location at the corner of the town center. But so for that connectivity, we have to have a main entrance, and we want the residents to engage the community. This is a great location for this building. You'd hate to see this building, half a mile out away from the town center. The fact that it's here at the town center, the residents here, they're much more likely to be able to engage in the community. So that's why we have this sort of dual-sided building with front and back entrance. Outside of that plan right, the south end of the building, we've got a little bit of service and utility space. Like I had mentioned, the upper three levels are essentially all the residential units. So we didn't have plans when we submitted 2 months ago, so we've included that in the current package. This package also just includes basic elevations for just zoning. We've essentially just showing the buildings elevated in 2 dimensions. We're roughly around 48 feet to the roof from finished grade to the roof. The flat roof edge, anything above that is either mechanical. We're proposing solar panel at this point. There'll probably be some panels, ERVs, condensers, any kind of mechanical elevator override, and we're bringing 1 stair up to the roof. So anything over the 48 feet is roughly up to around 57 is just mechanical and access up to the roof. And last slide before I turn it over to Drew. The elevations in March, we had presented a couple of loose renderings of the exterior. The overall volume of the building has remained the same. Color, tone, texture, sort of the variety of different tones and textures has all stayed the same. We have reworked the northern sort of main end of the building, which faces the town center. Working with self-critiquing from our team, working with Dan's team and the Downs group in terms of just getting overall feedback and making sure that we're really contextual with the other really interesting buildings that they're putting around the town center. Some subtle, we reworked the floor plans a little bit, moved some living space to this sort of corner bump out, so it was just a little bit more friendlier on the 3 dimensions of this corner. As Nick put it, we sort of carved out a little bit of a space of the building so that it's not just a straight bar. So we open up a little ground space and then, really face the town center with something that's got a little bit more of feels like a front door from a massing standpoint. So other than that, if I'll turn it over to Drew to close it.
Thanks, Gary. Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer. I hope Nick and Gary, I know they did a good job. I hope they conveyed the message for our design parameters for this site and kind of setting the scene for how we got here. I thought that was important for tonight. So as Nick mentioned earlier in the presentation, we have 51 parking spaces. If you remember part of the sketch plan, we had 41 presented in front of the board. So we've increased that by 25%, which is significant on this site where it's not a very large size, about 1.25 acres. So we've made a significant effort to add parking spaces, listening to board feedback. With that result, we are requesting 3 waivers. So in order to fit the parking additional 10 spaces and double load that first aisle, we had to adjust the entrance to the site closer to Cross Street, right along Downs Road. So we're proposing a waiver for that, as well as a landscaping cover waiver for the existing parking lot. That really speaks to our urban design that we're having here. I want to note that landscaping pervious area doesn't include the tree grates. Kind of tough to quantify that as far as within the parking lot, but we're hoping to make up for that, the 2.5% or so of landscaped area under the requirement with we have numerous tens of tree grates throughout this site. And in addition to that, we're requesting a waiver for the drive aisle from 25 feet to 24 feet, which is consistent with a lot of the other waivers in town, as well as an effort to reduce impervious area on site. A few town comments before I wrap this up. There was one regarding the grading along the northern edge of the site, which I guess is plan left on this side. So we recognize that some of the side slopes are going off property into the lot 1 adjacent use. We're well aware of that, and we're going to be incorporating the grading and the design for the adjacent site to this site to match it. So we've all along been thinking of a low point kind of between the buildings two there. We're happy to have some temporary easements if necessary, temporary grading easements for that to kind of come full circle, but it's intentional, and that we're intending to match the grades there, and we're being thoughtful of that as we work on the lot 1 design at the same time. Light levels, there was a comment regarding 8-foot candles. That was really isolated to just be at the doors specifically. Everything in the parking lot, I believe, was within the 0.75 to 3-foot candle range that we're going for. If that's still an issue, we can look at trying to reduce that light level at that door, but it's simply just at the intensity right at where the downlight was presented at the doors. We also note that, and we recognize there's very few snow storage locations here. With the overall design and all the elements of the gardens, the urban seated areas, bollards, it's tough to try to find snow storage locations, and we recognize that. So we're happy to work with staff and come up with a snow storage removal plan that we can work with a contractor to have a little bit more firmness around getting snow off site. So we recognize that, and we're happy to do that as a condition of approval. And lastly, we did add no through traffic signs at the entrance. Again, Nick and I have done a great job of trying to create a circadian rhythm between lot 1 and 3i home in order to prevent cut through traffic. And we've added that with signage and hopes that kind of those two efforts, as well as the design and the compact nature with planters and other street trees, that we've accomplished that design. And one more thing with bike racks, we're not intending to leave those off the plans, and we're happy to add those on there where applicable on this plan. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This item is available for public comment. Is anybody in the room have a comment? Please approach the podium. You would give your name and address. You will have 3 minutes for your comment. Anyone online? In that case, the public comment period is over. I think probably the board will have a fair number of questions here. This is a comprehensive and a large project. So I'm going to ask right now, take a 5-minute break. I use that clock to determine 5 minutes. We will return here at 8:25. Well, the meeting back to order. During the break, Noah Perlet has left and Ben Flanders is now a voting member. This is now subject. Did I do the public hearing? Have I forgotten? I did. Okay, good. In that case, I was going to turn this over to the board. Questions, please, comments? Jen?
So. Okay, before I forget, because I always forget waivers, I don't have an issue with any of the 3 waivers requested. I do have a question about actually, I'm gonna wait on that one. Connectivity. I love the notion of connectivity of this building by design, sort of like in general, but then also in particular with the parking area to the back. I once upon a time lived in a very large linear building like this and overlooked the parking lot. And so this is just sort of like, I know what this looks like normally. And I feel like a lot of the elements that have been chosen here are a good attempt to sort of be more creative than that. However, I am curious about, so this idea of like people exiting the building, I hesitate to say to the back, but to the parking lot side. And I understand the flush nature of what's being proposed, and I like the plantings that are shown, but I'm curious, aside from people coming out of this entrance or exit to the building and accessing their cars, I'm curious what else might people be leaving the building through this way for, and where might they be going? Or to phrase that differently, why would someone come out this entrance as opposed to the front entrance to access like the sidewalk space on Downs Road and traverse on from there?
I think it's a good question. I think it's mainly recognizing that it's these entrances on this side of the building would mainly be used for people, entering and exiting the building to arrive and use their vehicles, right? But oftentimes you can see that there's many examples even around this area where those are actually the most active public spaces where people need to move between, right? You're not trying to create a space off on the side where you want people to go, right? This is actually creating kind of a plaza, or almost like a front porch effect where people have to come and go between their vehicles, and they're going to meet in between, they're going to stop, sit, and they're going to talk to each other. So I would just recognize that it's people moving between their vehicles and getting dropped off and picked up, and it's a great opportunity for public space.
Okay. So yeah, to pick up on something you just noted about benches, I don't know, I think that was a comment about or that benches weren't shown, or we were asking for benches or something like that. But relatedly, I saw you did have a detail for benches, but it sounds like this would be a great corridor for sprinkling benches through, or other kind of placemaking elements. I guess I would challenge you on the bench, quote unquote, the bench topic. I really like the idea of the adaptable furniture that you were talking about in the corner space. And so as you all are likely aware, it sounds like, a traditional bench might not be the ideal fit for this population, but the notion being the same, that you're otherwise like attracting people to come to that space. Next, I was wondering if you could explain again why you eliminated the other pair of planting areas like you're showing here that flanked the other entrance.
Yep.
Because I really like those.
So two good comments. The first one, just quickly on the benches, we do actually have built-in benches or seat walls on this side of the building where we're showing that those movable tables and chairs on that corner along the common. On this side, we have in mind a bench detail, and I think we're reflecting it on the plan where we have a small kind of portion that's removed where you have a bench on one side and then a longer portion on the other side. So someone in a chair who's already sitting can pull in and sit next to the person with them on the bench. So that's the bench thing. As far as the drop-off area, or that's why we eliminated the other planter island, is we wanted a specifically, it was requested that we have a covered drop-off. So allowing someone with an ADA van door that opens on the passenger side to pull in here, you can see kind of in the background of this view under that opening. And we need to revise the columns a little bit to make sure that we have the vertical clearance. But that's the idea, is that someone could pull in with a van, or delivery vehicles could use the same space. But
So would that be head-in van parking or parallel van parking?
parallel?
Parallel.
Yep.
So you couldn't get away with the access like around the other sides. I just think it's really great addition to that entrance, similar to, and like the balance that you have with that, and then the other pair of them that's slightly down, but
The islands.
you can
you're
work
talking
the
about.
island, the islands planted in particular. And also you're a little short on the landscaping percentage, so I don't know how short, whether or not that would make up the difference for you or not, but anyway, I don't know, I just think it's a great, like, I think that this, maybe I'm liking this old graphic too much, I guess, I don't know. And then, let's see, so that's on the bollards. I'm curious if you could describe those a little bit more, or you could say we don't fully have them selected yet, or just like, I understand the idea of providing some sort of delineation so that you are encouraging parking activity to kind of stay in one area, but allowing that to be permeable in a way that like a vertical curbing isn't. But I think so yes, I think that's like a good element there, but I'm just curious, I'm not like, this isn't particularly my wheelhouse, but it seems like that's a good opportunity for some sort of additional design element, be they a little more robust or artistic or something, or even illuminated, I think might be kind of cool. So I don't know, the detail that you included just seemed sort of fairly straightforward. So I don't know if there's more that you could do there to sort of emphasize, to sort of re-emphasize why you're putting those in. That's just a comment. And lastly, I am not an architect and I don't build buildings, but whoever's going to build this one really has their work cut out for them. I think it's very interesting. And I think it's a very clear attempt at not providing a, say boring for lack of a better term, but you know, a very clear intention by design to integrate this front side of this building with the Scarborough Downs Road architecturally. And I'm really curious to see how that comes out. I kind of want to like see it be built. And so I just make that comment because I recognize that obviously doing things like this is more difficult, but I think that you've made that as a conscious choice. And I think it's, I think it will add a lot to this project, this building, and then the town center overall. My last question has to do with the plaza area. I'm not sure if that's what you're calling it. The bite out of the building corner. Yeah, so on the site plans, excuse me, the limit of this property. So my question is, I'm not recalling offhand, even though I feel like we just looked at it. My question is how the north edge of this property proper is going to interact or speak to what's happening immediately on the other side of it. Because I recall that other project coming in and while you can never really have like a backside of a building that has access on 4 sides, my recollection is that we were talking about maybe some service access back there, or like there was some flush curbing in order to allow vehicle access to the back corner of the Lot 1 building, and the back entrances to that building would be for employee use. And so I'm just kind of curious. I recognize it's literally outside of your scope, but just in an attempt to try and picture what's happening just on the other side of this image, material wise, or I like this collection of trees, interspersed trees, and so I'm just curious if we could expect something similar to that to continue on towards the center of the town center.
Yeah, certainly. And I know, clearly working on the adjacent project as well. We're being really intentional with how that edge works with this edge. So it's a very similar team. So we're well aware of that. And, we'll have details with that in that submission. But I just want to echo that we are aware that, there might be some service area back there, if you will, but we're trying to keep them separated and really integrate it with this site appropriately. So we're well aware of that.
Yeah, I think a goal, like the end game, right, would be like if a member of the public couldn't tell where one property starts and the other ends. But I think it would just be helpful, I think, as we're looking after how all these things meet up against each other, it would be great to be able to keep that in mind.
Yeah,
That's it.
certainly. We agree. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments?
I have some questions, Madam Chair.
Sure.
I guess real quick with the easy ones. I'd like to see, when you were mentioning about bike racks earlier, I'd like to see those on the Downs Town Center side. So looking at that plan view northwest corner, knowing that like everything around here, a lot of things are going to be shared, on-street parking, bike racks, things like that. Offering that up, I think would be very generous, allowing people here to use it as well as others as well. What is correct me if I'm wrong, so the current, inform me on like the traffic scenario for an ambulance to arrive at the facility in the event of an emergency. Where would that pull up to? Would that pull up to near that mountable curb in that southwest corner plan view? Or I guess we could change the whoever's in control here, just go to a plan view or quick site plan, or if that works as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for the fire department or the emergency services where they'd prefer to go, but our design intention, having done a number of these buildings, I believe they'd want to go underneath the drop off, which is one of the requirements of the 14-foot, I believe, height requirement to fit their largest ambulance. So the intention that's being considered into the design is incorporating an ambulance into that area.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I see that's clearly marked for drop off. In general, I guess I appreciate Jen's thoughtful question about fluidity from each lot building adjacent to the next. I guess I would just say generally, please pay close attention and aesthetic focus to compatible. Note that I did not say matching, but compatible finishes. We don't want every building to look the same like Commercial Street does right now with every brick building next to the adjacent one. But for something like this, compatible finishes would be nice to add to that uniform vibe that's being strived for at the Downs. Did I hear you mention that there's going to be a reduction in the photovoltaics on the rooftop due to mechanical equipment, ERVs, rooftop units, things like that? Or was the mechanical going to be in like a penthouse or a mechanical room inside the building?
No, not a reduction. I think I was just mentioning that the other items above 48 feet represent mechanical space, mechanical equipment, solar, and just the elevator penthouse and the stair penthouse. There hasn't been any, the sized, what we're basically looking to all available roof space is barring setbacks at the edge will be sized up for photovoltaics.
Great, thank you. I apologize. I misheard. What, more towards the programming of the facility, what level of physical capability are anticipating for these residents to have that would preclude them from having a vehicle? I know you had mentioned, there may be some dementia care at this facility. I guess following up on that, what's your concern about high volume of sound, noise, vehicles driving by this? I mean, we're going to be right next to the T intersection, one of the corners of the Downs intersection here. There's going to be brew pubs, the green open space. What's involved, I guess, what's taking place as far as the design of the building, and to sort of not necessarily shield, but protect residents from, a lot of sound, live music, things like that, especially if they're of a certain demographic that may not be up at all hours of the night on a Friday or Saturday.
Sure. I think from an acoustic standpoint, in working with preservation of affordable housing, they really strive to do passive house on all of their buildings. We still have a long leg to go in terms of all of our state funding and getting the ability to do this affordable building. But with that comes is a very robust exterior. Typically we're, a couple of inches of insulation outboard of all existing siding. We're insulating, very well insulating the perimeter for air sealing purposes. And looking at quite often these days now, we're really leaning towards triple glazing, and not slide windows, but crank windows that actually seal up and are very, very tight. So I think from an acoustic standpoint, we're feel very comfortable about it.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let's see. How confident are you about, again, this is more to the meat of my questions here. How comfortable are you about the parking making up the deficit of the 36 spots that under the zoning ordinance section in the engineering staff comments says the board may reduce requirements for off-street parking if undeveloped parking spaces that, if developed, would meet the minimum requirements are shown as future reserved spaces. Joint parking facilities are used by two or more principal buildings, or the ZBA approves a reduction in required spaces. It is noted that, I guess I'm looking for more evidence that this can be operated at, a ratio of one for one, and by not having one space per residential unit. I have a relative that lives at Bessie Commons, and there is an abundance of parking there. I'm not sure if they have the exact number of parking spaces or not, but they have dedicated spots for residents and for visitors. And I guess my concern here is that you have a weekend like Mother's Day or Father's Day when everybody's going to come visit here, especially if they don't have a vehicle. So just convince me further, please.
Yeah, certainly. So I just want to step back. We did come in previously the sketch plan with 41 spaces, and we were confident that at that, I believe it was a 0.8 ratio of space to unit that we met the needs of this development. We heard the board's concerns, and we've found a way to add 10 more spaces in our due diligence to get to this point. So we're at the 1-to-1, and we feel like this is more than enough. This is a really unique development. It's really tough to find comparative developments around the nation, let alone the Northeast, of how these operate. We're relying on, their experience, Poe's 3i Homes experience, and we're relying on the fact that the one similar development that we could find outside of Boston had a 0.6 parking space to unit ratio. So we're almost double that with what we're proposing here tonight. I also want to note that, we typically don't design an engineering or anything really for the holiday that everyone's going to park. That's kind of what the overflow is for the street. And we're not proposing to use any on-street parking, but that's the entire intention for the subdivision. So while we recognize, yes, there may be some times that more parking demand is needed, we're really focused on just, a few visitor spots and resident spots here at this building. So.
Okay. Thank you. I guess, and this may be more of a town question, but I guess, or perhaps a Downs question. for, say you have the person who speeds in for a quick pickup or drop off, or someone who's late for a lunch date or something like that, has it been discussed, or is this not the venue to discuss sort of like enforcement of, are you going to have some kind of enforcement for parking here, somebody going around making sure that people aren't abusing the parking that's in the facility? Or is this, or Madam Chair, or maybe staff, is this not a question that would be appropriate here?
I think it would be appropriate in terms of design, if there's going to be signs or striping or anything like that, that would direct people to go someplace else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I guess maybe a suggestion would be, if this is how we're going to be proceeding forward with this, whether or not there is parking enforcement there, have signage that may imply, say, not to have a crude analogy of homes that would have a beware the dog sign that don't actually own a dog, to sort of keep people and deter people from going there. I'd like to see just some more, a little bit more signage, just directing people away, do not park here, sort of to that level.
Absolutely. And I think I mentioned this last time, but this property will be professionally managed by POA Communities, which is our affiliated property management company.
Okay.
So there'll be full-time management there. And it's very standard for them to actively enforce parking. So they'll be on the lookout, and there'll be signage. And they typically, coordinate with towing companies, and obviously with a property like this, that they'll need to be especially vigilant. I'll just add very quickly, back to your question about sound. Gary mentioned that we've done some passive house development. We actually recently completed one with TAT as our architect in Boston, at Mattapan Station, which is a very active trolley and bus station in the Dorchester section of Boston. It's passive house. We just had the ribbon cutting a couple weeks ago, and you can stand inside the units in that building, where outside it's clang and buses and all kinds of activity, and you basically can't hear anything once you're inside the units. The acoustical insulation is pretty remarkable. Obviously, we need to do a lot with our ventilation systems to make sure that there's good airflow and good air quality when a building's that tight, but that's all part of the design.
Sure. No, thank you very much for that explanation. I appreciate that. I guess those are the questions that I have for now. I guess for my general comments from members of the board, the parking is still a concern for me. I'd love to see, again, a future spot where something could be put in the future for a worst case scenario, but granted, we can't design everything for the worst case scenario now, otherwise this would just be huge. And so I'll just reserve my remaining comments for now and give it to the rest of the board members.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Roger.
Thank you. First of all, I think the architecture of the building looks terrific. It's going to be at a great location, and I think it's going to be a real signature building right there in the center. So I have no problems with that at all. I have no problems with the waivers that are requested. I have more questions. Well, first of all, when you were first before us, you were proposing 41 parking spaces. Now it's 51. So I assume that based on your experience, that a certain percentage of your residents do not own cars. Is that a fair assumption?
That is a fair assumption, particularly when you're talking about elderly and physically disabled people. And we certainly recognize that doesn't mean that no one has cars, and there may be households that have one or more disabled people and people who are not disabled. So obviously we can't provide no parking, and we can't lowball. We can't go too low. As Drew said, this is tough because we're sort of on the cutting edge here in some ways, in some really exciting ways that we're really proud of. The parking is a challenge to sort of articulate and sell, if you will, because as was mentioned, there just are not a lot of comps out there, particularly for a community like Scarborough, particularly for an area that aspires to be a town center, which is something very different from what Scarborough has historically been, where you're going to have public transportation and a larger percentage of people actively utilizing and relying on public transportation. as well as private shuttle services for things like medical access and employment. And we're actively exploring all those potential partnerships. So, but based on our own sort of anecdotal research with 3I and talking with people who have expressed interest in this and talking with people, we have, folks who are, a member of 3I's board has advanced MS and he's been actively participating in this. So we've done our best through just sort of our general track record and past experience and anecdotal conversations with people who are kind of stakeholders in this to determine what's really doable. And we feel that with 51, given this particular setting, that it will work. And I will add, and I think there was a reference to it earlier, that we do have the opportunity to potentially convert more ADA spaces to standard spaces and potentially tweak things a little more to carve out a few more spaces. It's not something that we would really like to do now if we can avoid it, because we feel like there are trade-offs there. We've had a lot of conversations with you all about landscaping and other things, and there's always that tension. If we were to reevaluate it and want to revisit it, it would be something that we would prefer to do down the road once we've had a couple years of experience to sort of see what's working and maybe if there's something that could be improved upon. But it's not something where we'd want to sort of be seesawing back and forth on. It's not something that we would do lightly. But to circle back, I think we're very comfortable with the number. And we understand that the board may be struggling with that, but that's where we are.
Thank you. For instance, do your operations have like a courtesy van already at your other locations?
We do have some properties where there are courtesy vans. They're typically operated in partnership with local nonprofits, local medical facilities. And that's one of the angles that we're actively pursuing. Paul's had a lot of conversations with local organizations that serve the physically disabled. And so we would anticipate that we'll have something, whether there's a van that's actually owned by the property. I can't say yet, but I think it's a pretty safe bet that there will be courtesy vans that'll be coming and going from the property. And that's part of the overall transportation strategy.
It's kind of interesting because this location is not that far removed from the American House, which it has an assisted living aspect to it, I think. So
right,
there's a possibility of some kind of a collaboration there,
There could be, yeah. I mean, that's a very complementary use in a lot of ways. Yeah. And so there could definitely be some coordination there.
The gentleman right there, I forget your name. No, you don't have to get up, but he made a comment.
Gary.
Gary? Okay.
Yes.
He mentioned affordable. Is this for affordable people who are disabled, or is it any disabled?
This is for households earning at or below 60%, 50 to 60% of area median income, which are very common income benchmarks for the low income housing tax credit program, which is how this and a lot of other affordable properties get financed. So that's determined on a household basis, and those area median income or AMI levels get changed periodically. I think there actually were some new numbers that were supposed to come out today. But that it will be 100% affordable at either 50% or 60% of area median income.
Okay, and I think at the previous meeting, it was mentioned that because you have 2 or 3 bedroom units, that it could be a relative or a caregiver living there who's not disabled. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And, we'll still, I think we mentioned this last time as well, that, we're in active dialogue with Maine Housing and others that will be financing partners and have, a regulatory role in this going forward. So we'll need to fine tune what's known as the tenant selection plan to make sure that it conforms with federal fair housing laws. But based on the conversations that we've had to date, and there is a little bit of precedent for having a preference or a threshold requirement for different types of disabilities. You can't have preferences based on other things like ethnicity and religion, obviously, but this is an area where that can be done. We'll just need to fine tune exactly what that looks like.
Good. Just in closing, I think the only reservations many of us may have with the parking, and it's not just this location, it's every place in the town center. Because the land it's so restrictive in terms of, it's kind of, it's buttressed by wetlands or streams or something. It's not like there's an extra field out there that ultimately can be
Right.
paved over and they could make more parking or something like that. It's just not there, so. And hopefully this is going to be wildly successful, this whole town center. And so maybe we'll have a lot of buses riding through there. I don't know.
Yes, that would be great. You see them going through there already, which is
We do.
encouraging. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So-
All right, I'm also, thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I have similar reservations in terms of parking. I really appreciated Nick Acito's presentation in terms of what we're trying to do with the landscaping. And to create a level that's walkable, pedestrian friendly, that encourages people to gather at the same time as the plantings, the visual appeal, the trees, a fair number of them. I'm just concerned that you might have to sacrifice some of that. You indicated, Corey, I think that 0.6% per unit parking in a facility in Boston. My question would be, does it work? I mean, it's one thing to say, well, that's what they have, but does it work? And I've got another question that you can answer as you're up there. How many workers are there going to be? Since apparently there's office space and some activities and employees and property management folks, and where are they going to park? And you have to account for parking for your employees, not just for the residents. So I simply don't. I don't think you've proven the case that 51 spaces is enough. And it's up to really the applicant by the preponderance of the evidence to prove that the waiver, that's essentially what you're asking for, is worthy of approval.
Well, to answer your first question, based on the extensive conversations we've had with the folks who manage the property in outer Boston, that ratio does work. Obviously, it's not exactly the same context, but it does work. It's a similar population. They haven't had issues. To the question about staff, we don't have a final staffing plan at this point, but typically a property of this size, you'd have a property manager, a full-time property manager, probably a part-time assistant, and then a maintenance person. My understanding has always been that the parking ratios, it's sort of presumed that whatever the ratio is in a multifamily or commercial property, there are going to be people who work there, and so that's sort of baked into that. So presumably there will be staff parking at the property. We could certainly explore the possibility of some, if necessary, of some sort of satellite parking elsewhere in the Downs, but that's just thinking out loud. But as we've talked about, there are trade-offs, and so we're really trying to balance a lot of things here between providing parking and providing good landscaping and some green space, and really a thoughtful flow or cadence, as Nick referred to it, through the property. So I personally think, and I think we as a team think, it would be a shame if we had to sacrifice too much of that for additional parking, particularly in an area where, again, this is not your mother's or your grandmother's Scarborough, that we're talking about here. So, but I think we fully understand and respect the concern. It's a tough one because it's sort of, it's hard to prove the concept because there's not a lot of precedence for it. And it's also hard to prove a negative, that we won't have a problem. I guess I'll defer to our partners here if they want to chime in on that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Lynette, president and founder of 3i. I speak from personal experience, having bought over the course of 25 years during the time in which the issue of an accessible van was important to a loved one. And those vans are extraordinarily expensive. And we were in a position where, thankfully, we were able to swing the cost associated with transportation, direct care workers, accessible housing with insurance and the like. The preponderance of the folks who are going to be living here don't have those advantages. Ultimately, we're going to be building 31 one-bedroom apartments. I would be hard-pressed to believe that there are going to be 31 vans. In fact, I suspect that if there are a handful of $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 vans, that would be extraordinary. I don't see that happening. So I think that, one of the unknowns is, as Corey said, what's the tenant selection process going to be like? And during the course of our outreach, which really has been minimal, we have gotten dozens of inquiries from people who say, when is this going to be ready? We don't have a place to live. We're living out of, and the Portland Press Herald ran this story on the 32nd anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act anniversary. The story of a family of 3 folks, a husband with a mobility impairment who was disabled, a wife who was holding down a job at Cabela's, and an adult child with a disability. And they're living out of a van at the Kennebunk rest stop. This is a unique property, as has been described before, with a new model. And I don't know that we can, though we will jump through as many hoops as we can to provide more granularity to the question of how many is appropriate. And I suspect that we'll be pretty darn close to 51 as being optimal. So I hope that's sort of helpful as you process what we're proposing and what is both practical and achievable. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. I'll go back to, well, let me just simply talk about what our role is. And our role is to enforce the ordinances of the town of Scarborough. And while we have some flexibility, we also have to use our best judgment. One of the things that an applicant can do is, and you have the opportunity to do that, is show where it's possible to have additional spaces. Corey, I think you mentioned that changing the striping is possible. Show us. You might not be ready to change the striping right now, but show us what would happen if you change the striping. How many more spaces do you get so that if all of a sudden you have 54 cars that have to park there, can you do that? And that's an opportunity that you have. I would hate to say you're going to have to remove some of the landscaping and part of the sidewalks because that's really beautiful, but it might be that you're going to have to create some more head-in parking spaces near the building. Think about what the alternatives would be so that a year after the building is open and you find out that you weren't exactly accurate in your predictions of how many spaces you were going to need, that actually there were maybe two cars because you've got 3 bedrooms and there's a teenage kid and an adult and a disabled child. So all of a sudden, maybe you have 2 cars there. That if that happens a year and a half from now, you've already thought and you've already shown us what can happen, what you can do to accommodate the residents that you have. I think you have some options for the staff, if there are going to be some parking lots nearby, if there's going to be some public parking that you can take a look at, show us. I think that's another way that can work. I think you're going to have, I suspect, looks as though from the offices that you've planned here, and I don't have that sheet up right now, although it was on the, showed the ground floor of the building. Looks so there were offices there, there was space. My assumption would be that at times you're going to have maybe a therapist come in, you're going to have a physician come in, you may have a counselor come in, there may be Tai Chi for the disabled. You don't know. There are opportunities that you've set up in that building for enrichment for the folks, for the occupants. Show us where they're going to park. Show us how a physician is going to come in or a home nurse is going to come in, be able to park for an hour or 2 hours, service a client and leave. Show us how that flexibility is going to be there. Again, convince us that we're not creating, not only you, but us, the planning board, are creating problems a couple of years from now. Once you finally get the folks in there and you really start to see what you have. So come back to us and show us what some options are for the future. That would make me a lot more comfortable to say right now, okay, with the 51. But I got to see that you're thinking ahead. And I don't know about other members of the board. They may be going in a different direction. That's what I'm thinking about right now. The only other question that I had, I guess I both like the idea that the first floor, especially on the side of the downs, is close and is related to the street. But I started to have the question of not just noise, but are people going to, are the windows going to be, let's say, privacy windows, or are folks going to walk down the down, stare in all of the windows of the first floor apartments? So people are going to be sitting there always with their blinds closed.
I'll let Gary Kane from the architectural team speak to that.
Okay, yeah,
'Cause
I'd
that is
appreciate
something, that was a question that came up among ourselves and with the Downs folks actually, thinking about how those units relate to the street. So I'll let him speak to that in a
Okay,
moment.
great. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the noise level and that, but I just was wondering about the privacy.
And just to acknowledge your request to show you how we could make changes, we can absolutely do that. I mean, I guess it would be somewhat similar to in a conservation subdivision where an applicant comes in and shows what their full build out could be if they just sort of knocked everything over. And yeah, I can understand how that could be a helpful frame of reference. So we can absolutely provide that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure, I'd just like to address just the comment about the first floor windows. If you remember when we came in March, we had originally had sort of like front stoops or patios that we were thinking with access. You know, we originally were thinking about direct sidewalk access. That's real challenging. It's real challenging to achieve that just from an accessibility standpoint and diminishing landscape. And we heard the comments in March about the need for that. You know, we wanted it. as robust a landscape buffer as possible. We've got a limited amount of space planned top to bottom in terms of trying to fit everything in front to back. So we opted to not have front porches. There was a concern internally as well as with the town's team in terms of these. If we have a porch, is it going to be a messy porch, or is the stuff that people don't want to see sort of build up at that space? So we opted more. We kept the doors. It's more like sort of Juliet style doors where we'll have a full height door that someone in a wheelchair or not in a wheelchair can, you know, sit and sort of enjoy or be a part of the, you know, on those mornings or evenings where you want to sit out and be a part of the sidewalk, that you can sit there and have that when you don't mind being on view and being right there. But then there's also just basic window treatments. We diminished some of the glass. We had a lot more glass at the very front lower level where we had transom, like a little bit too much glass, but we have the appropriate amount, and we have window treatments. We tend to have window treatments that are, you know, it's different times of day. Nighttime, you want to close down, you want some privacy. Mornings when the sun's coming in, you want the windows open. So I think that we tried to achieve that balance to have as much landscaping as possible, and then also just have it be engaging and have that ground level be a little bit different than closed windows and don't engage the sidewalk life.
All right, thank you. No, just stay right up there.
Sure thing.
I'm looking at the gathering space at the front part along the Downs Road, and I can see the chairs and tables that you have there. What's to prevent a lot of other people from passing by and saying, oh, this is a good place to sit? Because it's also connected to, in a way, it's connected with the building next door, which is also going to have an outside space at the restaurant. And people are going to sit in the restaurant, they're going to go, they're going to say, this is great, you know, we got trees, we've got a place to sit, look, we have chairs and everything else. How is that going to be, or is it going to be really reserved for the residents? And how are you going to do that?
I would imagine, I would hope that it would be managed. You know, I think it wouldn't be the worst thing for someone to sit there and, you know, when the space is not being used and you're passing through, it's a nice morning and you want to sit down and have a cup of coffee and think about it. If it's not disruptive, I don't think that is a problem that we would be worried about. But I think as having full-time property management and making sure that it's being used appropriately. I think just even the other question that had to do with just how that's going to interface with the adjacent building. There's a large parking lot behind it that has nothing to do with this property. I'm sure that they're going to have the same issues that we do, that they're going to have kind of a dual-sided building. They've got fronting a street, they're fronting a parking lot. People parking are sort of walking and don't want to, you know, park and then walk to the town center, whether, you know, that they're going to pass through. We're hoping that it's used as a public space. And I think as long as it's managed appropriately, I think it would be what we're really hoping happens in this space.
Okay, I would just then suggest that you take a look at the back of the building and see if there are any places to create a little bit more that's a gathering space to ensure that the residents really do have places to sit. Because I think this patio area is going to be very popular. I
Agreed. And I think one thing to think about that's really kind of neat is this is a building that runs north to south. You know, there's times that day when you want to sit in the sun. There's times in the day you want to sit in the shade. I think, you know, nighttime to morning to evening, I think you're going to see that people, as long as there's activity on both sides, I think you're going to see a balance. And I think as the site design develops, I know that Nick will be very good about sort of integrating both some seating, you know, some spaces on both sides.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Nick, one last question. I think it's one last, who knows? You've asked for a waiver on the space percentage of coverage, landscape coverage, I think, in the parking lot. I'm looking at L2. And you're showing trees that really along the area immediately near the gravel pit, the stormwater pond, that provide shade into the parking lot, whereas the side of the building, I'm not sure whether I'm talking north, south, east, or west, but that's close to the exit onto the Downs Road, the trees that you have there aren't as close to the parking lot, so there's no shading. Is that possible to bring those closer to the lot so that they actually cast shade? So that you end up basically with being able to say you've got 15%?
Possibly. What we're trying to, I think if I'm understanding your question, we're trying to hold that line of bollards and trees along the edge. Is that what you're talking about, the Wooner edge?
Yeah, the side that has the generator up to the Downs.
So sorry, can you repeat your question? If we held those?
Yeah,
trees?
I'm wondering, I'm looking at your landscaping. You have trees that do not shade the parking lot. Whereas in back of the building, you have trees that at full growth are going to be shading the parking lot. So why are you not using the trees along the side to shade the parking lot so that you end up with the 15% coverage?
I think that's a calculation question.
Yeah, I can jump in. I mean, the actual trees themselves don't dictate the calculation. It's just a vegetated versus impervious area calculation. So while we can certainly look at trying to squeeze in the trees closer to help with the shading effort of that, that's certainly possible. It wouldn't affect the calculation because it's still a vegetated area immediately adjacent to the parking lot. Regarding, I think your question regarding the generator, we do need to still provide access to that. So there are some limitations where they can go, as well as subsurface utilities in that corridor, but we can certainly look at trying to squeeze that in to provide additional shading to the park.
Yeah, I think I'd be more comfortable agreeing to the waiver if I can see that there is more shade available for the parking lot, even though it's not in the parking lot.
I think you're suggesting more shade trees along the southern edge where they'll shade
Yeah.
the paving. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll go with that, if that's the southern edge.
Yep.
Yeah, I think a lot of the purpose of the landscaping in the parking lot is to prevent a real heat sink there. So off site of the parking lot, providing shade is very helpful.
Yep.
And I think that's all I have. Do you have any questions for us as you're going forward? Not that we can necessarily answer them, but go ahead. Jen, did you have a question?
Just one additional comment. I recognize I believe that parking will continue to be something that we go on to discuss here. And I recognize that in sort of a traditional site plan process, we would ask applicants, as we have of you tonight, to take a look at other areas. What other parts of the site could you potentially show for additional parking? Can you restripe what you have to accommodate additional parking? And I guess I would just, given what I'm sensing as a creative approach to this project, I would ask that maybe you think about that in a creative way too, and that potentially you could come back to us with things like, because you are building right out to the property line, so there is no other place for you to add 10 more parking spaces to this lot without sort of significantly dialing back on what you're showing here, which I think you've heard, landscaping, et cetera. Some of those other treatments here are well received, and we think they're going to be a nice amenity to your site. But things like transit, I think your comment about, or the comment about Bessie Commons, and I understand that they're different facilities and they're not apples to apples, but the comment about, the pricing, what it costs to own and maintain a vehicle for someone to park it here. And so, I think you're in a good position to talk positively about some alternative ways to help address that concern, be they full-fledged transit or a more specialized transit provider for something like this population. You're also directly adjacent to another parking lot, and we've seen other site plans further on in the other direction for additional parking lots. There's on-street parking here, so it's not lost on me how close this is to the gravel wetland area. It's, you are really shoehorning. I think you just, all of these projects as they come in are really doing their best to maximize tight lots and fitting in, what what your development plan is in a way that's, meeting a lot of other requirements. But I just think, like, to hear you say, I just think that the space here is really valuable, and to have any of those spaces sit empty because your program, and we're looking at, the requirement for 87 spaces is for very traditional multifamily housing, which what I'm hearing from you, this is not that. And so before you go to great lengths to show additional traditional parking on this site, I would just ask you to stay in line, I think, with what you're saying your own development program is, and maybe look at some other non-traditional ways of accommodating people to get to and from the site, which is really what parking does, right? So I think you're doing a great job at integrating this project. I love the comment about, I was so happy that you answered the way that you did about the thought that the public would come and use the seating out in the front of this building. I would love to come and sit there and meet some of these residents in a way that only open space like that can kind of provide that opportunity. If that was behind a fence, I probably wouldn't do that. But on all of those fronts, parking and transportation included, I think that you are really integrating this project in a number of different levels. And so I would just offer that as a suggestion as you're trying to figure out how to talk to us more about accommodating that need without burdening. We're going to think of, like, well, what happens on Mother's Day, or whatever that is. So I think alternate options is, that's all I'm asking. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And I'll go back to, do you have any questions for us?
Not necessarily. I mean, we hear the board loud and clear about the parking. I just want to reiterate, we were comfortable at 41 spaces a couple months ago. And obviously we've heard the board's concern and we added 25% more spaces. We're still comfortable at 51. But we understand the board's concern. So we'll come back and we'll show, we're probably being a little conservative with the amount of ADA spaces shown, and obviously that space can get allocated to parking, and what we can do, we can be a little creative about, all right, in this footprint right here, how many more spaces can we possibly add? Given there's not as many ADA spaces needed and there's more cars needed on site. One idea we haven't really talked about tonight, which is more of a crossroads discussion as well, as the on-street parking spaces in front of the site. We're allowed to use some of that and under the CPD zoning to count towards the parking demand. I'm not saying that's at all, and obviously we need to discuss with the Downs team about that, but there's opportunity for that. So I don't want to get that lost in, the overall Downs, not one lot has asked for on-street parking yet. So we have all this ample on-street parking that I know we're trying to reserve for people coming and going. And I think this might be a good use for that as well. So we can explore that as well to help assist us getting, like you said, Jen, I mean, we're not adding 36 spaces to the site. Just it physically cannot happen with this building programming, with the use that this applicant needs. And we're really excited about this space in the Downs. We want this one specifically. It's integrated into town center with a great use. So we'll certainly respect the board's comments of the parking. We'll look to see what we can do in a doomsday scenario, if you will, and show additional spaces on site. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Just as a reminder, in terms of on-street parking, once that street is accepted, all of the parking rules actually pertain to the town. So in a snow emergency, the street has to be cleared. So once again, if you're counting on spaces on the street and there's a snow emergency, cars are going to go. Item 6.04, and it's 25 past 9. 6.04 Crossroads Holdings LLC requests a site plan review for a commercial development at the intersection Igus Parkway and Market Street. The project would include office, retail, restaurant, and bank uses. Property is further identified as Assessor's Map R52, Lot 4. The town, Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Crossroads is in front of the planning board with a site plan for a multi-building commercial development. This would be on one of the 2 approved lots from the Higas District subdivision that the board approved last year. It would include some retail, office, bank, restaurant uses. Staff's primary comments revolve around the pedestrian facilities as well as treatment of the impervious surface of the project. The applicant is actually also requesting several waivers that pertain to the parking lot and associated landscaping for the board's consideration. With that, I'd turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And for the applicant?
Good evening again, Dan Bacon here with Crossroads. With me this evening remotely is Mark Eclipse, who's a member of PCA, Planners and Architects. So if you recognize Mark at some point, he'll present towards the end of this presentation. Also, Drew Gagnon, who you've heard from already this evening. I'm going to share my screen if I could. That work? Here we go. But just to remind the board, we were before you a few meetings ago for a sketch plan for Lot 1 in the Higas District. Just as a reminder, and also for the audience, this particular lot actually fronts Higas Parkway as well as Market Street. Market Street's currently under construction, and it's the 3rd entrance into and exit into Scarborough Downs. This particular lot would be on the north side of Market Street. And the planned Allagash Brewery is proposed to be on the south side, so just across the street from this particular site. Like we've started to do with the town center sites, we've actually added this layout to a composite plan that shows, it in relationship to some of the other activities occurring in the project nearby. You just reviewed 3i Home, which is obviously in town center. So that's off to the right side from this particular site, just across the stream down Market Street to the east. So in terms of responding and advancing our plans, we had a great discussion with the board a few meetings ago and talked a lot about kind of this place that we're creating with the site layout. Mark's going to talk in more detail around the architecture and the building relationships. But I wanted to kind of remind the board as to kind of the goals for the site and speak to some of the things that we've updated to respond to some of the questions and comments we've gotten along the way. So again, this is a 3-building site. The primary, or I would say the larger building, the most prominent building is in the middle. It's the planned mixed-use building which would have 1st floor retail, potentially restaurant use, and 2 stories of office for a total of 3 stories. Just to the right of it is a planned courtyard, kind of a gathering place, pretty cool amenity for the retail, office users, restaurant in that larger building. And then it's edged and bordered by a planned restaurant to the right. So there's opportunities for outdoor dining for both restaurants, should there be restaurant space also in that mixed use building. And so the site's designed to kind of enter in with a full service entrance off of Market Street and drive right in and out, kind of framing with the courtyard, kind of framing your view and providing good access to those 2 buildings. Another kind of key element on the project is a planned kind of bank. It's to the left. It's closer to Higas Parkway. And it's been oriented kind of deliberately so that the main entrance, the sidewalk connections. The building has a strong relationship to the other two buildings on the site. So there's really good kind of pedestrian circulation, safety, et cetera. So the buildings really kind of tie together. And it creates this kind of mini, kind of Main Street and walkable place in an area that isn't quite yet into town center. So this site, as you know, is sort of the entrance into the Downs along Higas Parkway, which is very much an auto place. It's a, DOT collector, really a connector road with limited access. So it's really more of a highway, obviously, and we're transitioning into a walkable, mixed use community. So we've intentionally focused the auto side of the site towards really the auto side from a road system standpoint. And there was staff comment about kind of the bank and the drive-through circulation. And though typically it's expected that that be more kind of internal, what we've tried to do here is to make that more external, because that's where the cars are going to be queuing by the other cars that are driving by the site and entering the intersection, and having the pedestrian side of that site tie in really well with the other buildings and good connectivity to parking and the courtyard and the sidewalk system. One of the things we've added to with this landscape plan is to do a better job of kind of buffering the drive-through, particularly the queuing for vehicles. So we've added trees and lower shrubs to really kind of screen that the queuing, the vehicles, the parking along that edge while maintaining good view of the buildings. Obviously, commercial buildings need a certain amount of visibility, much like the rest of the buildings on Higas Parkway. Acura that's approved, Foley's, the Beacon, First Look Plaza all have nice landscaping, but also visibility from the street. So we've worked hard to kind of balance that and screen the vehicles in the queuing and the drive-through, while also providing some visual connection to the buildings. A staff comment that we've actually added to this plan, and we can provide to staff, is around kind of benches, bike racks, and kind of those placemaking elements. Because the courtyard between the two buildings is in part going to be based on the program of the restaurant, and we don't have all the detailed programming kind of nailed down. We don't have those restaurants entirely lined up. We hadn't shown the specifics around bike racks and benches, but we're providing notes that those will be provided both in that courtyard and also in the bank's kind of courtyard and plaza area. The thing that we'd be hoping for and wanting to allow for is flexibility in terms of where they go. So they're more likely to be kind of movable benches, movable bike racks, because there's some great opportunity for the end users to kind of really dictate those spaces with outdoor dining and gathering. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to this shot actually just kind of highlights the auto kind of priority and pedestrian priority sides of the site that Mark will speak to as well. I think at this point, I'll turn it over to Drew to kind of give you some updates that we've made since sketch plan around the site, drainage, utilities that came up in staff comments and since the planning board's discussion, and then Mark will finish up on the architecture. So thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Drew Gagnon with Coral Palmer. Just quick couple stats updates for the board here. So we're proposing 181 spaces on this site, and 180 is the town required demand. So we are above the demand for the town. And Dan touched on the pedestrian connections down to Market Street that we're providing with the sidewalks along the two access drives. So regarding the utilities and drainage, each building is anticipated to be served individually by their own services out to Market Street. In addition, we're anticipating a private sanitary main to run through the site and connect to the stub. So we're coordinating those approvals with the applicable entities. Relative to stormwater, I want to start with, this is a great site and a great opportunity for low impact development. Traditionally on the downs, we've had a lot of open stormwater systems, ponds, ones that kind of chew up land area. And we've had a great opportunity here, given the soils and given just the location, to provide subsurface chambers as well as proprietary focal points that get integrated with the site. So it's pretty exciting to be able to have that on the downs here and find a good fit for it. So regarding low impact development, we're really just isolated to this footprint that's able to provide its own stormwater too within its not an additional area outside of the development. There was a comment regarding the 95% treatment, which is a main DEP site law water quality treatment regulation. So this site was part of a large phase 9, what we're calling a phase 9 DEP permit that we received a few months ago. This site was included in it. The Allagash site was included in it. And then there was an additional area in the innovation district that was also included in it. We proposed 94.1% treatment, something like that, in the innovation district area specifically. And what we were doing is we were actually over treating the runoff. So instead of the first inch, it was 1.1 inches or so of the runoff down to Millbrook. That's actually a different watershed. So specifically for this site and for this application, we are treating well over 95%. So I just want to clarify that. So the Willowdale corridor does get 95% treatment at a minimum, and this site's almost 100% treated, just given the elevation of everything. I also want to note on the impervious area on the site, zoning allows up to 75% of the site to be impervious, and we're at 39%. That's for both zoning districts, the Higas Parkway District and the CPD zoning district. So we're just a little bit over half the allowable impervious area, and we've tried to make a significant effort to tuck everything in and provide for vegetated areas around it and really kind of reduce in efforts to reduce the impervious area. There was a comment regarding the lighting plan and some spillover onto the right of way. We're happy to adjust the lighting to get that over. So the foot candles are the 0.1 at the property line. Again, it's granted it's at a right of way, but we're happy to do that to react to the town comment. And we will address all the peer reviewed town comments. They had 3, including a left turn queuing analysis on Market Street for this development. It was performed during the subdivision when we thought different uses would be going in here. So we're happy to update that and showing the queuing analysis for that left turn lane. We're not concerned about the results, but we're happy to do that as part of response. Thank you. And I'll pass it to Mark Eclipse now. He's going to talk a little bit about the building architecture. And Mark, I can run the slides here for you.
Thank you, Drew. Just making sure people can hear me.
Yes.
Great.
Yep, go ahead.
And I apologize, I can't turn my camera on. But this shows really how we think of the entire project. And I think we've mentioned it's sort of a gateway to the rest of the downs, but we actually think about it as a composition of 3 buildings, not just sort of the one building on the corner. And so that's why they also step up. You have the shorter building on the left, the bank building, but really the centerpiece of this whole little neighborhood is the 3-story mixed-use building in the center, and then it steps back down to the restaurant on the right. And you can see in this view, as Dan mentioned, the screening of the drive-through. So we have shrubs all the way around. If you look back on the site plan, we can go back if you like to a little later. The entire drive-through is screened with shrubs all the way around, and a little bit denser of the trees there. So you really are focused on the buildings and mostly focused on the centerpiece building in the middle. Next, please. So this kind of looks back in the other direction. Again, sort of you see that the idea that the buildings step up and really feature the mixed-use building in the middle. But as Dan had mentioned, once you get into the site, it really is trying to be very focused on the pedestrian experience, both from the edges of the building, and we'll get to that in a second, and in the spaces between the buildings. We also realize how much that is important. It's really not just about the buildings, it is really about the spaces that the buildings create. And that's really how you create a place, with how pedestrians perceive the place and how you can be there and gather there and hang out and meet people and really just have a great time there. So go to the next. So we're really focused on the design of the buildings, the middle building, more so than the other 2. And I think the idea is with the other 2, we come back for more reviews once the tenants are figured out. But this building is really designed, and it's contemporary, really kind of forward looking. And you can see, you know, the great project that we just saw has a contemporary look too, but still has touches of things that are more historical and that people really relate to. And one of those things is a strong base to the building, a different material on the base from the middle and the top. And that base is very transparent with a lot of glass looking into the shops, and also has these canopies overhead. So it really creates a really good pedestrian scale and a human scale. And going up, there's a sort of a regular rhythm to the pattern of the columns. And then it's actually a strong cornice line at the top, even though it's a bit asymmetrical. So it has sort of those elements from more traditional buildings, but presented in a very contemporary way. The materials are composite metal panel for much of the neutral color around, metal panel corrugated siding to give a little bit of texture on that ground floor. And then to layered into that, we bring in sort of a warmer material. It's a fiber cement panel with a wood look and color. And you start to see on the right that space in between the buildings. And this is the first thing you see when you drive into the main entrance. You're not presented with parking, you're not presented with driveway, you're actually presented with space. You're presented with that open space and landscaping. So you can see that really puts that emphasis on where the people come together. Next, please. So this is looking back the other direction, the restaurant on the left. And again, it's not fully designed, but it sort of gives you an idea of what it could be with outdoor seating from that restaurant, the potential for another restaurant on the first floor of the mixed use building with some seating that looks out into that space. You know, we've done projects like this in a lot of places, and they're extremely successful. We think the scale is right. It's very different from the town center scale. It just, it feels like a good place to be without really competing with the town center. You can see on this side, the first floor, the idea is that a lot of the tenants in the retail could go all the way through and have probably a main entrance on the other side and a secondary entrance on this side. And then you can kind of see in the middle, just under where the wood is the widest. There's a 200, I think it is. That's an entrance to the office lobby, which there's also, that also goes all the way through to an entrance on the other side. Next, please. And this, again, just kind of focuses more on that space in the middle, the potential to have outdoor seating and different types of outdoor seating that are devoted to the restaurants, but also the space in the middle. It's public. It's not trying to be separated off from the public. You don't have to go to the restaurants to use that space. You can just come and hang out. Next, please. Actually, that might be the last one. So we're happy to hear your comments and questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mark. And Mark made an important point that we included on our application, but I didn't mention in the introduction in terms of what we're seeking approvals for. So we're laying out the site to kind of get an overall site layout approval. In terms of the actual building architecture, we're focused on in the short term, approval on the 3-story building, and then would understand that we'd be coming back to the board in the future with architectural specifics on the other 2 buildings once we have more details. So I wanted to clarify that. Thanks, Mark, for raising it. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This is an item available for public comment. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to comment? Anyone online? Public comment period is over. Turn this over to the board. All right, Jen has beaten everybody out with the mic on.
Buzzer. I don't have a I don't have a whole lot to add, but one thing that did jump out at me was similar waiver requests here to what we were seeing before, particularly with regard to landscaping within the parking lot and parking being broken up by landscaping. And the thing that just jumped out at me with regard to that was just this really long expanse of parking along the backside. And I think I heard you say you are at 181 spaces and it's 180 required. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. So I would encourage you, unless you feel particularly strongly about that one extra space, that maybe you consider devoting it to landscaping along that back expanse, or maybe adding 2 or 3 in there if there's another way to configure some additional spaces elsewhere, just because that otherwise seems like a really long segment. And there isn't great connectivity from those spaces to the rest of the sort of the building core in the middle of the site, which a couple of landscaped islands might help provide. Other than that, I hadn't particularly noticed until you pointed it out. We haven't seen a whole lot of subsurface stormwater treatment on the any of these sites yet, so that is sort of exciting, I guess, if that's your thing. But it's also, I think it's also a great example of how development can be consolidated into, kept to a small footprint, which is what you're doing here, and allowing the rest of this lot to stay undeveloped, which you pointed out earlier, and we are thankful for. I'm confident speaking for the rest of the board in that way because of the sensitive nature of what you are abutting here. The only other comment I guess I would have, there's a couple of corners that look like they might be tight. So maybe as you move forward, some turning diagrams would be helpful. And I read, heard, and saw the examples that you were providing on landscape buffering around the bank building and the drive-through area. And I think this very much, I understand why you did it, but this very much feels like this drive-through facility is fronting on Market Street, because it is. And so I think I would ask for additional, even more robust plantings along that stretch to further buffer that higher, taller, thicker kind of thing. I think that's all I have.
Thank you. I will note that it is 10 minutes of 10. It's possible we can get to Backwoods BMP before 10 o'clock. It's a little iffy. I'm pretty sure we are not going to get to the 83 Mussey Road or the Cayazo sketch plan. You're welcome to stay and, cross your fingers and hope we can get there, but I kind of doubt that. Next comment. Roger?
I know you're not focusing on the bank building at this point, but I just want to raise this, the staff comment about the drive-through shall generally be located on the side or rear of the building. Just so they have a direction in the future. The word generally means it's not definite. So my assumption is it could be where it is. It's not cast in stone. In other words, that it has to be on either the side or the back of the building. So.
Yes, it's a standard that's in the commercial design standards. So that's generally, pretty much how it works.
Okay, all right.
Generally.
I agree with your rationale for describing the place settings or the gathering spaces. Because ideally, you'll have the two restaurants. And there'll be tables and seats and things right there where people could gather, so I can understand that. Just a general observation, when I was like that screen right there, when I first saw that like that projected that way, I thought of the existing grandstand. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but I could see an image of that. And let's see. Oh. Staff mentioned the retaining walls. Where on the plans would you be looking at? I assume you're talking about these large block retaining walls.
Correct, yeah. So we have a few of them and they're kind of sporadic, but the larger retaining walls would be out back here where the grade does go down. That's kind of in that back bank of parking. We have another one that's a little bit smaller out in the front here that reduces wetland impacts from our permitted limit. And then there's a couple smaller ones on the edge here, just given the constraints of the stream setback and other items. Regarding the comment, though, we are looking at trying to provide a couple more feet there per the comment. So we're going to take a look at that.
Okay, good. I think that's all I have at this point. I think I'm all set. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Yeah, Ben.
Regarding the proposed office space on the second and third floors. It's kind of a fact of life these days that people are working more and more from home. And I know that some of the space may be for the restaurants there, but I want to be cognizant of not having just a ton of empty office space filling, the area. Maybe it's a question for the town as opposed to you guys, but do you foresee that is going to be long-term future used office space? Or do you think that it could be repurposed into something else if necessary?
We also don't want vacant office space. So we actually have a couple interested end users. Obviously, they have to wait for this process to unfold. But we're confident that a 20,000 square foot office space with multiple end users is appropriate in this market, but we wouldn't be proposing on this site 40 or 50, larger office space. So we're pursuing office in moderation. We see some success here. We may do a little bit more in town center, but not at scale that would lead to not be able to lease up and have vacancies. We'd also have longer term lease agreements. So, but we share the same concern and want to be modest in our approach.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, and welcome to the board. James.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. For Mark, for architecturally speaking, what are these buildings? I guess, what can you tell me about how these buildings are going to look in the next 15 to 20 years or so? I'm speaking from an aesthetic exterior finishes standpoint. How are you anticipating the exterior finishes, the paint, the siding to really hold up and age well after 15, 20 or so years? Again, this is going to be a real highlight of the Downs, and we want to ensure that these buildings age well with the growth of the trees, the expansion of the development that's in here. So what are you doing, or what can you do to make sure that they age well and they don't look, for lack of a better term, tired and out of date in 15 or 20 years? Again, not trying to predict what the aesthetic styles are going to be in 15, 20 years, but how do we keep these buildings from looking old and tired?
I guess just from how the materials will age, they're all a pre-finished finish paint essentially, but they're pre-finished on metal. So those hold up really well. And even down to things like the colors that we're showing, more neutral tones in a lighter gray, don't really fade. So, we try to stay away from some of the darker tones that have the potential to fade. The wood look It's a fiber cement with an integrated, again, finish on it. So we've used it on lots of projects. It ages very well. It's also why we aren't using real wood, because that is difficult maintenance wise. Did that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. I appreciate, utilizing colors and finishes that don't necessarily will accentuate fading over time. Going back to the rendered images, can we go back to the entrance showing the bank? I know we're not discussing the bank here, but if I may, I'd like to go back and just this photo right here. So one thing, again, aesthetically, and per the town's comments of not necessarily wanting to have a line of commercial cars adjacent to a road with another line of cars, I would recommend really keeping sort of vehicular height, greenery, shrubs, or whatever sort of bushes along that wall there that would, again, accentuate the aesthetic features of all of the buildings, the trees, the landscape, and you're removing focus on just a line of vehicles looking to pull up to an ATM. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So what you have shown here in the rendering is pretty close to how I would really like to envision this as it goes forward, and knowing that a lot of times plantings, trees, lighting is one of the first things to get value engineered out of a project. I'd really like to maintain a strong emphasis on making sure that this stays in through the whole process, and really using these natural features to conceal the large amount of vehicles that are going to be coming and going through here. Does that make sense?
It does. Yep.
Great, thank you, Dan. Lastly, I don't know if this particular instance it was appropriate to say it, but Dan, you can insert this however best it works. But I would like to see some means of lighting control after working normal hours, or normal working hours rather. Since we don't have any multi-dwelling, multi-use residential in this facility and it's strictly commercial, theoretically, there isn't going to be any traffic or need for vehicles in these parking lots after midnight. So I would like to see some level of lighting control put in place, just again, removing lighting pollution. Again, say an hour after the last employee clocks out for the night, the lights dim 50% or 60% or so, or whatever common reference is used online.
Yeah, and Jim, to that point, we do have a note on the utility plan that does require dimming after
Great.
hours in that. So, but we'll fine tune the exact hours, but it's consistent with what we've done at our commercial aspects of the downs. So
Perfect. Thank you, Drew. I appreciate that. And again, going forward, know that I'm going to ask this question every single time. So if you can preempt me, that would be even better. So thank you. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It is 1 minute of 10, and there's probably no way I can ask my questions in 1 minute and gavel it closed and start another one. So if you are here from BMP or the Aaron Converse and on the hotel or Stephen Cayazo, we are not going to be able to get to you tonight. I add my concern about the landscaping along the proposed bank. While that rendering, if we can go back to the prior rendering. Yeah, that one shows sort of an understory. That's not what is on the plan set. I believe what is on the plan set is Greenspire Linden. With no indication that I can see that there's any understory plantings. So while that looks fine, you're going to need to beef up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let me just make a couple of comments, get all of my comments out of the way, and then hear from the developer. I agree with my colleagues who highlighted the problem with the lack of landscaped islands on the back. As I started to count, there are a lot of parking rows with more than 15 parking spaces. So you really are going to have to put in some landscaping, some landscape islands. I understand that's going to create some issues for you in terms of the amount of parking. But that's what the ordinances call for. I also think on one of the issues, Dan, one of the requests that you had, if I can find it again. One of the waivers included 13% is proposed, including landscaping in the central open space. Well, that central open space has nothing to do with the parking lot. So you can't really count that central open space as part of the landscaping for the parking. Also have a question on the gathering space. I guess while you talk about the courtyard and the lawn and it looks like pavers, I guess, or stamped concrete, where the restaurants can be, as soon as the restaurant puts up the awnings and the tables, that is no longer really open space. So I would like to see what you're talking about in terms of the open space. And if you have that courtyard is solely lawn, along with some other plantings, and you're directing people to basically walk there because they might have to do that to get around the outside tables for the restaurants, you're going to end up with some wonderful looking pathways, mud pathways through that. So yeah, I understand it. Just let me, I'm on a roll here, so let me get this finished. So I would like you at some point to address that and give me some more explanation for how that's actually going to be set up as a conversation, as a gathering space. Then I also had the questions on the benches and bike racks, and an additional question on the patio in front of the bank. While you do have some trees there, that's a lot of open space that could become a heat sink as well. So talk about how you might beef up some of the landscaping around that patio and also make that into a gathering space, perhaps with the benches. And I think that's what I've got now. Off you go.
Okay. We can look at all those things. We will look at sort of where the restaurant seating would end, pathways would begin in the lawn area. We're anticipating that lawn area is an open space. It's probably for people when they're waiting for the restaurant or after a retail visit, things of that activity that are associated with both end users, but aren't kind of tied to the activity at the two restaurants. But we can show you some diagrams.
That can take a real beating. The lawn there
Yeah.
can take a real beating.
So we'll have kind of pathways that flank it that are passageways so that between outdoor dining and the pathway. So it's not taking the beating that you're describing. We also can look at the plaza for the bank and add more greenery to that and less kind of hardscape. I think that's where we're going. Certainly can do that. In terms of the parking lot landscaping, we'll certainly look at adding additional islands, especially on the longer run that you identified, Jen, and also Rachel. One of the things we were commenting about the concentration is we've intentionally made a larger landscaped island right at the courtyard instead of breaking that up and spreading it around, because we wanted to bookend that courtyard with a lot more of a kind of bump out, if you will, with landscaping, because that really kind of creates an important edge and reinforces that. So that's where that percentage was coming from. But we'll look at supplementing that to get at least closer to the ordinance, the site plan ordinance requirement, and we can provide that in our follow-up submission.
And Dan, if you go to the slide that shows the landscape plan, we can talk about landscaping, that you'll see that it shows the trees. Those are the lindens And then there is an understory on there that's called out, it says XXIV. Those are all winterberry shrubs.
So we'll look at the height of those so that we can get
Yeah, I
to the,
don't see that on the landscaping plan. That's, if they're there, I can't see them.
it's a crosshatch. So we'll make that clearer for the next one. Rachel.
Okay.
It's, you can see it's like a grayer tone, but it could be clearer. So we'll do that. So that it provides more meaningful vertical buffer to the queuing of vehicles.
Okay, by the way, I now see it, but
It's not like called out as individual.
yeah, let's, make that a little clearer, please.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
I think we're good. Appreciate the board sliding through the 10 o'clock hour for us.
All right, thank you very much. And we will move on.
Thank you.
We will not be taking any other applications. It is past 10 o'clock. Next item on the agenda, staff report.
So there have been a couple of places that are approaching getting a certificate of occupancy. 5 Stewart Drive was a site plan that the board reviewed in 2022 for some office space across the street from Dunstan Tavern Table. They are gearing up for their CO inspection, so that should be upcoming soon. Similarly, Simplicity Court at the Downs, the smaller tiny homes, the single family homes. They have requested inspections as well. They have, I believe, about 2 fully finished out of the 8. So those will be up and running soon. In terms of trainings and events, Maine Municipal Association is hosting a planning board and board of appeals workshop on June 7th. That's from 4:30 to 8:30 in Lewiston. And then as Autumn sent out, there is an all board summit at the Community Services Hub on Payne Road on June 8th, the next day from 6 to 8 p.m. And that's all I have.
All right,
Okay.
minor development reviews,
None at this time.
administrative amendment report.
The town is currently only reviewing one administrative amendment that is for a shade pavilion at Camp Ketcha down at the corner of Black Point and Spurwink Road. To keep the campers and the staff cool during the summertime. It would remain grassed or maybe some wood chips underneath. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Correspondence,
None at this time.
planning board comments. One of the things I would like to emphasize is that board summit, we've not done something like that before, as far as I know. Have we, Roger?
Yes.
How long ago?
Actually, it started maybe around 2010 was the first one. And I think we've had about 3 or 4.
Okay,
I think the last one was 2019.
Yeah.
Before COVID.
all right, well, very good. We're all invited. It's an opportunity to see what other people are doing, what's going on in other committees, what their roles are. I hope you all can attend. You do have to sign up for it, register. I did have problems registering, so I'm gonna try again, but I will be there. That's my comments. Any other board comments?
I have one just minor personal
Okay.
comment. So just so that everybody knows, I mentioned it when I first was brought onto the board. I'm an employee of Harriman Architects. I'm an electrical engineer there. And seeing in the paper how I think one of the considerations for the new school is going to be in the Downs. If that were to come before the planning board anyway, I'll just have to recuse myself from any of those conversations. So just for general awareness, I'm not taking it really an action item at this time, but anytime something from Harriman comes up, I will be recusing myself. So just so that everybody knows.
All right, thank you. If it's just straight subdivision, would you be working on the electrical?
I have not been involved in the project at all. I may be in a position to review the project once it's underway, and because I'm a licensed engineer. But really anything that if it does come from my company, before the board, it would be best if I just recuse myself from all instances, no matter how sort of trivial what the action might be, just to
Okay.
avoid any conflict of interest.
All right, and when you do that, it's very helpful if you take a seat out in the audience. Other board comments?
I'll just say, you're gonna have to remind the board at the time because that'll be a long time from now, maybe.
Yeah.
Likely, yes. So no, as soon as I see it come up on any agenda, I'll be sure to let everybody know via email and
Okay.
communicate that properly.
Some of us may have retired by the time it gets up there.
Certainly.
But I appreciate knowing that. We need to be very careful about any ex parte communications. And we have to be very careful about the perception of ex parte communications. So it's very good to err on the side of real caution. And I appreciate that. Any other comments?
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
I noticed I think it was in the bulletin, the town bulletin or something, I don't know, I read it somewhere. The town was taking over some land on Beach Ridge. Do you know anything about that? I was wondering whether Holmes Road, I was wondering whether it might be that parking lot where they were considering putting the trailers up or something like that. No one knows anything about that, huh? Okay, let's start a rumor then.
No, and I gather that there's a lot of interest in what may or may not be happening at the corner of Hikers Parkway and Scotto Hill Road, which I see every time I leave my house. And the answer to that is nobody knows. So if you're traveling down Hikers Parkway and you see Scotto Hill Road and then a lot of clearing going on, we have no idea. Anything else? Anything from the staff or other comments? Appreciate the effort you folks have made. I'm sorry we could not take everybody's application this time. We routinely try to put those applications at the start of the next meeting, unless there are big changes that you want to make and you have to take them to the staff for that. But hope to see those folks back and early in our agenda the next time. Motion to adjourn.
Second,
I know I need a motion.
so moved.
Now I need a second.
Second.
Jen is seconded. All in favor? Just raise your hands. I see everybody is in favor of adjourning. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.